Prosimy siadać, szanowni państwo, zapraszamy do stołów. Dzień dobry, witam bardzo serdecznie szanownych państwa.
Hello and welcome.
Na samym początku pozwólcie, że przekażę jedną bardzo ważną informację. Miałby dzisiaj z nami pan marszałek Sejmu, Włodzimierz Czarzasty,
The Marshal of the Polish Sejm was supposed to be with us, but just a minute ago he received a phone call with a request for urgent meeting with Prime Minister Donald Tusk. So Mr. Czarzasty is apologizing, but the situation is very serious and sometimes we have no
raz bardzo serdecznie przepraszamy. Mamy nadzieję, że ta część kolejna naszej konferencji przebiegnie już bardzo sprawnie. Szanowni Państwo, witam bardzo serdecznie na naszej konferencji Dialog Polska-ASEAN, Wspólnota Interesów i Bezpieczny Rozwój. Na samym początku pozwólcie, że bardzo serdecznie powitam naszego specjalnego gościa, wicepremiera, ministra spraw zagranicznych Radosława Sikorskiego. Panie premierze, panie ministrze, to dla nas wielki zaszczyt, że możemy pana gościć na tej konferencji, szczególnie w tych trudnych czasach, niespokojnych. Myślę, że ta konferencja, która jest planowana już od wielu miesięcy, nabiera też ważnego znaczenia, jeżeli chodzi o dialog, współpracę i prowadzenie również polityki zagranicznej. Witam bardzo serdecznie panie i panów ambasadorów, szefów misji, kierowników placówek, ambasad Azji Południowo-Wschodniej. Witam Was bardzo serdecznie. Pozwólcie, szanowni państwo, że w sposób szczególny moje przywitanie pokieruję do ambasadora Socjalistycznej Republiki Wietnamu w Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej, pana ambasadora Ha Hong Haja. Pan ambasador jest bliskim przyjacielem Polski i witamy go zawsze bardzo serdecznie również tutaj w gmachu parlamentu, ale również pan ambasador jest szefem specjalnej grupy wszystkich ambasadorów krajów ASEANu w Warszawie, co w kontekście dzisiejszej konferencji jest dla nas bardzo istotne i bardzo ważne. Panie ambasadorze, dziękujemy za pana obecność. Na szczególne również wyróżnienie i przywitanie zasługuje obecność pana, jego ekscelencji ambasadora Republiki Filipin w Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej, pana Alana Lazaro-Dengi. Witam pana ambasadora bardzo serdecznie. Pan ambasador reprezentuje kraj, który właśnie w tym roku przewodniczy wszystkim krajom ASEANu, tym bardziej jest to dzisiaj dla nas bardzo ważny gość. Witam również delegację Ministerstwa Spraw Zagranicznych Wietnamu z panem Lee Dinh-Tin, dyrektorem Departamentu Polityki Zagranicznej na czele. Witam pana dyrektora bardzo serdecznie. Swoje powitanie kieruję także do koleżanek i kolegów parlamentarzystów, w szczególności do przewodniczących grup parlamentarnych odpowiedzialnych za współpracę z regionem Azji Południowo-Wschodniej. Witam was bardzo serdecznie na dzisiejszej konferencji. I would also like to welcome a group of experts representing leading Polish think tanks and universities and all friends and supporters of close cooperation of Poland and the ASEAN region who are attending the conference today. I'm very happy to have here such a large group of people genuinely interested in this area and having real opportunities to shape relations between Poland and its Asian partners. The driving force behind the organization of today's conference is the enormous potential for cooperation for both sides, which are mutually beneficial. Poland and ASEAN mean strengthening peace. It's a market with almost 500 million consumers. Thanks to effective partnership, both sides will be able to dynamically build their competitive edge and innovations. Poland and ASEAN are strengthening peace, without which there can be no development. In a world of growing rivalry between major powers and numerous geopolitical upheavals, stability is needed more than ever. Poland and ASEAN means jointly building maritime security, defense industry, and resilience to hybrid threats. Poland and ASEAN, these are opportunities for science and progress. ASEAN is a technological giant essential to our digital and energy transition, and Poland is the repository of knowledge, home to prestigious universities with experts and research programs. We'll be discussing all these issues during today's panel discussions that I invite you to take part. I will now give the floor to Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Radosław Sikorski. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to invitation to today's conference dedicated to the dialogue between Poland and ASEAN countries, which is a confirmation of the rising role of this organization on international scene. It's also a proof that South and East Asia has a prominent, durable place in Polish foreign policy. We are currently witnessing major tensions globally. They are generated not only by the war in Ukraine triggered by Russia, American and Israeli airstrikes on Iran are potentially bearing major political, military and economic ramifications. The situation in the Gaza Strip continues to be dangerous, just like developments in Lebanon. We hear announcements of systemic changes in selected South American countries. Question marks, and I don't need to explain it, are also related to China. The old order is being shaken. The new one has not been developed yet. We need to identify reliable partners, the community of interests and actions that are beneficial and conducive to safe development. Poland sees the community and shared interests with ASEAN countries, which include maintaining the global order, which is based on international law. Secondly, development of stable and balanced economic relations. Thirdly, development of trust and confidence, a capital which is essential for development of partnerships. We represent mid-sized countries with growing ambitions. Despite cultural and historic differences and geographical distance, we have many things in common. We are concerned about the safety of our citizens. We are hungry for economic success, and we are ready to play a role which is proportional or even bigger than our economic potential. It's important to have this opportunity, which is not a given, but which is the after effect of hard work, is not taken away from us. We don't want to have global turmoil stop our development. We don't want global order to descend into chaos. We need robust economic cooperation for good and bad times. Giant powers need no rules. They are going to cope in a world based on power and violence. Mid-sized countries and smaller ones are faced by a dilemma. Should they subordinate to bigger countries or disappear from the world map? For us, an imperfect order is better than the perfect chaos. It's better to have strong principles than no principles at all. We cannot turn the gaze away from the concept of Europe when the power is used to blackmail not only enemies, but also allies and partners. Robust partnership is essential today in response to ruthless abuse of power. We see it in the context of international trade. Cooperation of the EU and Poland with ASEAN countries is an element of strengthening our strategic resilience. Expanding the network of global partnerships can be mutually beneficial. ASEAN as a whole is the third largest trade partner of the EU outside Europe. And the EU for ASEAN is the third largest trade country partner after the US and China, which is why Poland is going to join the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation soon, because we have friends in this part of the world. We want to benefit from experiences of the region and share our experience in economic transition and energy transition to co-shape shared policies and strengthen relations between Europe and ASEAN countries. Poland wants and may be your gateway to Europe. Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo serdecznie dziękuję panu
Ladies and
premierowi, panu
gentlemen, I would
ministrowi
like
za
to
to
thank
wystąpienie i za
the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign
słowa.
Affairs for these
Chciałbym
very
teraz przekazać
important and
głos
salient
przewodniczącemu
words.
grupy
I now hand
polsko-malezyjskiej,
over to
panu
the head
posłowi
of the
Krzysztofowi
Polish-Malaysian
Mulawie,
Parliamentary
tą
Group,
kolejną
Mr.
część,
Krzysztof
równie
Mulawa,
ważną,
to
naszej
moderate
konferencji.
the
Panie
next
przewodniczący,
equally
panie pośle,
important
bardzo
part
serdecznie
of our
pana zapraszam.
conference. Honourable Deputy Mr. Chair, the floor is yours.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni
Honourable
Państwo,
Chair, ladies and
druga edycja
gentlemen,
konferencji
this is
poświęcona
the
relacjom
second
Polski i ASEAN.
conference
Pierwsza
on Poland-ASEAN
zatytułowana była
relations.
Ambitne
The first
partnerstwo
one
w zmieniającym
was
się świecie odbyła
titled
się w
An Ambitious Partnership
2022
in an
roku
Evolving World,
tutaj,
and it took place in
w polskim Sejmie,
2022,
tutaj w
here
sali
at the
kolumnowej.
Polish Sejm at the
Życzymy
Column
sobie, aby to
Hall.
wydarzenie weszło na
We
stałe
would like
do
this
kalendarza
event
naszych spotkań
to
i aby
become
to
a
Sejm
fixture
mógł
in our
regularnie
Sejm calendar.
być,
We would like the Sejm
żebyście wy mogli zaszczycać nas
regularly
swoją
invite
obecnością.
you
Nasze
and
grupy
grace us
bilateralne,
with
grupy
your attendance. Our
pracujące zarówno
bilateral
w Sejmie, jak i
parliamentary
Senacie
groups, those that operate
rozwijają
in the
aktywną
Sejm and the
współpracę
Senate
z państwami
alike,
ASEAN, dlatego tym
fuel
bardziej
active
cieszę się,
cooperation
że
with
mogę
ASEAN
poprowadzić tą
states.
część,
That's why
w której
I'm extremely
głos
pleased
zabiorą
that I can
dyplomaci,
moderate this
nasi
part,
partnerzy,
where we will give the
z którymi
floor to
niejednokrotnie
diplomats, to our partners,
współpracowaliśmy,
with whom we have
współpracujemy i
cooperated
chcemy
and
współpracować.
are cooperated,
Uprzejmie proszę o
cooperating and
zabranie
want to
głosu
continue
ambasadora
cooperating.
Socjalistycznej
I would now
Republiki
like to
Wietnamu w
hand over to
Polsce,
His Excellency,
Jego
the Ambassador of the
Ekscelencję
Socialist
pana
Republic
Ha
of
Huang
Vietnam,
Haia.
Mr. Ha Hong Hai.
Mr. Grzegorz Napieralski, Chairman of the Poland ASEAN Parliamentary Group, honorable members of Sejm and Senate, Excellencies, Ambassadors and Chargé d'Affaires, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored to speak at today's conference on behalf of the ASEAN Committee in Warsaw, and would like to express our sincere appreciation to the organizers for the commitment in bringing us together for this important event. Our meeting takes place amid serious global turbulences, underscoring the importance of dialogue and cooperation between Europe and Asia, particularly between Poland and ASEAN at this critical time. Poland, located at the heart of Europe, and ASEAN, a strategic gateway to the Indo-Pacific, hold great potential to build stronger ties in many fields of mutual interest. I'm confident that today's conference offers not just a chance to exchange ideas and experiences, but also to pinpoint practical actions that will advance our nations, deepen understanding between the regions, and encourage peace and stability across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN is an association of 11 countries, home to 700 million people, with the world's fifth largest economy, which positions us as a key player in the global arena. ASEAN's open and inclusive framework allows diverse countries to collaborate while maintaining the internal cohesion through its principle of non-interference. These policies have promoted stability, prosperity, and sustainable development throughout the region of Southeast Asia. In such a complex world, the collaboration with international stakeholders, especially our dialogue partners, including the European Union, remains crucial for ASEAN. Therefore, we acknowledge the recent progress in the EU-ASEAN's relationship, resulting in the establishment of the strategic partnership. We also highly value the positive development in the relations with Poland, a key member of the European Union, reflected by frequent high-level exchange and enhanced trade and investment activities. We fully endorse Poland's accession to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in South Asia, which will facilitate political dialogue and economic ties, and showing both sides' dedication to strengthening our relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, looking from a bilateral perspective, Vietnam has enjoyed a long-lasting friendship with Poland. Last year marked the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the diplomatic ties, highlighted by the visit of our Prime Minister, Phạm Minh Chính, to Poland. This year, we are looking forward to the upcoming visit of the Polish Prime Minister, Mr. Donald Tusk, to Vietnam as a significant milestone in our relation history, signaling the shift towards the strategic partnership between our two countries. Following the implementation of the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement, Poland has emerged as one of Vietnam's top economic partners in the European Union, with the bilateral trade reaching 5 billion euros in 2025. And a very important and unique dimension of our bilateral ties is a strong and active group of 5,000 Vietnamese alumni and 30,000 Vietnamese community living in Poland, who continue to play a special role in preserving and promoting the traditional friendship and cooperation between our two nations. Ladies and gentlemen, looking into the future, the ASEAN-Poland partnership presents considerable opportunities for collaboration, since ASEAN's vibrant market expansion and Poland's expertise in advanced manufacturing and technological solutions provide a solid foundation for joint initiatives. We are confident that the discussions and insights generated during this conference will offer valuable guidance for advancing our shared vision in building a strong partnership between Poland and ASEAN. Once again, I wish our conference a great success and extend my best wishes to all the distinguished guests. Thank you very much for your attention. Dziękuję bardzo wszystkim za uwagę.
Panie ambasadorze, bardzo dziękujemy.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your intervention. I now give the floor to the Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Alan Lazaro de Niega. The floor is yours.
Mr. Grzegorz Napieralski, Chair of the Polish ASEAN Parliamentary Group, honorable members of the Sejm and Senate, Excellencies, distinguished guests and panel members, friends, dzień dobry, good morning. The theme that has been prepared by the Philippines in this year's ASEAN chairmanship is Navigate Our Future Together. These are three very important words, but the important question is, what future do we see in ASEAN? The answer are as follows. By 2045, ASEAN hopes to see a region that is resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered, as described in the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 that was adopted by ASEAN leaders last year. ASEAN aims to be the fourth largest economy in the world, a true epicenter of growth. ASEAN will continue to reinforce its centrality or ASEAN as the lead driver of regional architecture and a key player in the global community. ASEAN, finally, will continue to be a rules-based community of nations, an engine for peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. The theme, Navigate Our Future Together, asserts the primacy of amity and cooperation in international affairs. It reaffirms the commitment to regionalism and multilateralism amidst growing unilateralism, the disregard for international law, and the scramble for territory and critical resources. It firmly reminds us that a sustainable future can only be achieved through peaceful coexistence with due respect and regard to all. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN is celebrating this year the 50th anniversary of the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, or TAC, under the chairmanship of the Philippines. The TAC has served as a cornerstone of ASEAN's political and security architecture, providing the foundations for peace, stability, and cooperation in our part of the world. To date, the TAC has 58 high contracting parties, and we expect several more states to sign. We will be very happy to welcome Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs Radosław Sikorski in Manila to sign Poland's instrument of accession during the commemorative event for TAC on July 24. Let me say in conclusion that this conference by Sejm is one way that Poland is navigating a future together with ASEAN. We look forward to valuable insights from today's gathering as we work continuously to strengthen the partnership between Poland and ASEAN. Thank you very much. Bardzo dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie ambasadorze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now I give the floor to the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Cambodia to Poland, His Excellency Taira Chiang. The Ambassador resides in Berlin. Thank you all the more for joining us here in Warsaw. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, Radosław Sikorski, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland, Ministers, Members of Parliament, Excellencies, ASEAN fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to join my ASEAN fellow colleagues in addressing the Conference Poland-ASEAN Dialogue, Share Interest and Secure Development today. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Poland Institute of the International Affairs, the University of Warsaw, and the National Agency for Academic Exchange for jointly organizing this important dialogue. The convening this conference reflects the growing interest in strengthening engagement between Poland and ASEAN and provide a valuable platform to exchange perspectives and explore new avenues for cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting at a time of profound global transformation, shifting supply chains, accelerating digitalization, and rapid technological change are reshaping economies while evolving geopolitical dynamics are placing greater emphasis on resilience, stability, and trusted partnership. Against this backdrop, ASEAN remains a reliable and forward-looking partner committed to openness, stability, and cooperation. Allow me to highlight three key areas in line with our today's discussion. First, on security cooperation, the increasingly interconnected nature of the Europe-Asia security landscape underscores the importance of strengthening dialogue and cooperation in addressing both traditional and non-traditional challenges. ASEAN remains firmly committed to promoting peace, stability, and the peaceful resolution of disputes in accordance with international law. Poland's desired accession to the TAC is both timely and meaningful, reflecting our shared commitment to the principle of dialogue, mutual respect, and peaceful coexistence. We welcome this positive step and look forward to Poland's more active engagement with ASEAN, further strengthening our partnership in the years ahead. At a time of growing uncertainty, building trust, strategic predictability across regions is more important than ever. There is also clear potential to deepen cooperation in areas such as maritime security, digital security, and efforts to combat disinformation. Second, on economic cooperation amid global uncertainty, ASEAN continues to play a crucial role in the global economy. With nearly 700 million people and a combined GDP of close to $4 trillion, the region stands as one of the world's most dynamic growth centers. Amid evolving trade dynamics, resilient, diversified supply chains have become even more critical. In this regard, Poland's strength as a manufacturing and logistics hub in Europe, combined with ASEAN's position as production and growth centers, creates strong complementarity for further cooperation. Building on this, the European Union remains one of ASEAN's key economic partners. It is ASEAN's third largest trading partner, as mentioned by His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Sikorski, with two-way trade reaching almost $300 billion in 2024, and continue to be among the leading sources of foreign direct investment, with inflows of nearly $20 billion. In this context, Poland's active role within the European Union contributes to further advancing ASEAN-EU economic cooperation. Third, on academic and knowledge partnerships, strengthening cooperation in education, research, and innovation is very essential to supporting long-term development and fostering deeper mutual understanding. We highly commend Poland's initiative in launching the Poland Asia Academy 2025, which serves as a valuable platform for knowledge exchange and closer engagement between our regions. Investing in people, knowledge, innovation is ultimately an investment in the future of our partnership. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for Cambodia, relations with Poland and the broader European community are steadily deepening, grounded in mutual respect, expanding cooperation, and reflecting a shared commitment and common interests. Cambodia notes with satisfaction the third round of bilateral consultation in Warsaw and the recent visit of His Excellency Wojciech Gowel, Special Envoy for the Indo-Pacific of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland, to Cambodia. This year, 2026, Cambodia and Poland will celebrate together 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between our two countries. We also highly appreciate Poland's proposal to provide technical support for capacity building as Cambodia advances its priorities in economic diversification, digital transformation, and sustainable growth partnership with countries such as Poland are becoming increasingly important in supporting our long-term development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very confident that our today's discussion will provide valuable insights and contribute to further strengthening ASEAN-Poland cooperation. To conclude, may I wish all participants a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your speech and for attending the conference. Right now, I would like to give the floor to Ambassador of the Kingdom of Thailand, His Excellency Mr. Sira Swangsilpa. The ambassador has recently embarked on his mission in Poland.
Dzień dobry, สวัสดีครับ Mr. Grzegorz Napieralski, Chair of the Polish ASEAN Parliamentary Group, honorable members of the Sejm and Senate, Excellencies, Ambassadors, and Chargé d'Affaires, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to address this distinguished, constructive gathering at the Sejm of the Republic of Poland today. At a time when the global landscape is becoming increasingly complex, ASEAN and the EU are navigating a more challenging reality. One where the rules-based international order is under strain, unilateral actions are more frequent, and geopolitical competition is intensifying. Recent and ongoing developments in the Middle East serve as a stark reminder of the fragility of peace and the limitations of multilateral mechanisms. Against this backdrop, it is more important than ever that regional groupings such as the ASEAN and the EU stand firm in upholding international law, including the United Nations Charter, and demonstrate that cooperation between regions continues to deliver tangible results. ASEAN-EU relations have evolved significantly over the years, culminating in the comprehensive strategic partnership in 2020. This reflects our shared commitment to multilateralism, sustainable development, and rules-based cooperation, which we aim to further strengthen through concrete and practical initiatives. At the bilateral level, Thailand places great importance on its relations with the European Union. We remain committed to deepening cooperation in trade, security, and sustainable development, and look forward to timely conclusion of the Thailand-EU Free Trade Agreement by this year as a key pillar of our economic partnership. Within ASEAN, Thailand continues to play an active and constructive role in promoting regional cooperation. We support ASEAN's centrality and efforts to enhance dialogue, inclusivity, and resilience, including through the revitalization of the ASEAN Regional Forum. We also welcome the EU's continued engagement, particularly in areas such as cybersecurity and combating transnational crime. Ladies and gentlemen, turning to economic dimension, Thailand stands as a dynamic and forward-looking economy. We offer strong infrastructure, a skilled workforce, and a diversified industrial base. We are also positioning ourselves as a regional hub for trade, investment, and connectivity within ASEAN and beyond, particularly in sectors such as digital economy, green industry, automotive, and innovation. And connectivity, indeed, is where our regions come tangible closer together. I'm really delighted to announce that regular direct flights between Warsaw and Bangkok will commence from October this year onwards. This new regular route will be more than just a connection between the two cities. It will serve as a vital bridge linking Southeast Asia with Central Europe. It will bring our markets closer, open new opportunities for trade and investment, and enable our people to meet, understand, and connect more than ever before. In many ways, this flight will not simply shorten the distance between Warsaw and Bangkok. It will bring our regions closer together in spirit, in partnership, and in shared future. This growing connectivity reflects the broader strength of Thailand-Poland relations, which have flourished for more than 5 decades. Our cooperation spans a wide range of sectors, with bilateral trade exceeding $1 billion in recent years, while tourism continues to reach new highs. We also look forward to welcoming the visit of Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sikorski, and to hosting the first Thailand-Poland strategic dialogue in Bangkok later this year. Building on this strong foundation, we remain committed to further expanding our partnership through enhanced economic engagement, innovation cooperation, and deeper people-to-people exchange. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let me reaffirm Thailand's strong commitment to strengthening ASEAN-EU relations, as well as our bilateral ties with Poland. In an increasingly uncertain world, it is through partnership, dialogue, and mutual trust that we can build a more stable, prosperous, and sustainable future for our regions. Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Bardzo dziękuję, panie ambasadorze.
Thank you very much,
Teraz
Mr.
udajemy się
Ambassador.
kilkaset
Right now
kilometrów
we
na
are traveling
południe, do
several
Dżakarty, do Indonezji.
hundred kilometers to
Chciałbym
the east, to
poprosić uprzejmie
Jakarta,
o zabranie głosu
Indonesia.
Charge d'Affaires
I would like to give the floor to Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Agus Haryana.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Gregor Napieralski, the Chair of Poland ASEAN Parliamentary Group, distinguished members of Parliament, ambassadors, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dzień dobry. It is a great honor for me to join you today at the Sejm for this important conference on Poland-ASEAN cooperation. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers and partners for convening these timely discussions that brings together policymakers, diplomats, scholars, and practitioners. I would also like to thank the previous speakers for their insightful remarks. Their perspective have highlighted how the relationship between Europe and Southeast Asia is becoming increasingly important and relevant in today's complex global environment. Indonesia views the growing engagement between Poland and ASEAN as both natural and promising. ASEAN today represents a region of more than 680 million people, with a combined GDP more than $4 trillion. Beyond this number, ASEAN will continue to demonstrate resilience, dynamism as a center of economic growth, connectivity, and regional cooperation. In this context, Indonesia warmly welcomes Poland's growing engagement with ASEAN, including its accession to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. This is an important step as it shows Poland's commitment to ASEAN's core values: mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, dialogue, and cooperation. These values are especially important in today when the global security situation is becoming more uncertain. We believe the stronger cooperation between Poland and ASEAN will make a positive contribution to the broader EU-ASEAN partnership. As ASEAN continues to deepen its relationship with the European Union, the role of individual member states, such as Poland, becomes increasingly important in promoting practical cooperation and mutual understanding between our regions. Finally, I would like to underline that Indonesia is eager to continue building strong cooperation with Poland and our ASEAN partners. Through dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect, we can unlock the full potential of the Poland-ASEAN partnership for the benefit of our peoples. I wish you all productive discussions today and look forward to the insights that will emerge from the panels. Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo.
Bardzo dziękuję za wystąpienie.
Thank you
Teraz
very
będę miał
much for this
szczególną
address.
przyjemność
Right now
zapowiedzieć
I have the pleasure to
speakera.
announce the next
Jako
speaker.
przewodniczący grupy
As
polsko-malezyjskiej
the chair of the
mam przyjemność
Polish-Malaysian
zapowiedzieć chargé
Parliamentary
d'affaires
Group, I have the
ambasady
pleasure
Malezji w
to
Polsce,
introduce
panią
chargé d'affaires
Nurzai
of the
Tisuhana
Embassy of
Zakaria.
Malaysia in Poland, Ms. Nurzaiti Suhana Zakaria.
His Excellency Radoslav Sikorski, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, honorable members of the Sejm and Senate, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Embassy of Malaysia, I thank the organizers for bringing us together. This dialogue is a vital bridge between our regions during a period of significant global change. As a founding member of ASEAN, Malaysia believes our strength lies in unity. During our 2025 chairmanship, we adopted the ASEAN 2045, our shared future. However, documents do not implement themselves. Progress requires political will and ASEAN centrality. This means engaging global partners like Poland while staying firmly anchored in our regional consensus. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia and Poland have shared a warm and amicable partnership since 1971. Today, our bilateral relations are more dynamic than ever, defined by frequent high-level exchanges in 2025 and a mutual commitment to deepening ties across all strategic sectors. Our bilateral trade is one of consistent growth. Last year, our total trade reached $1.44 billion, a significant 16.2% increase. Poland is now Malaysia's 10th largest trading partner in the European Union. This reflects a genuine synergy between our economies, particularly in agri-food and technology. Malaysia views the European Union as a pivotal strategic partner. Our relations have entered a dynamic new chapter with the official relaunch of negotiations for the Malaysia-EU Free Trade Agreement in January 2025. This agreement is a catalyst for the twin transitions, green and digital. We are working closely with the European Union to leverage expertise in renewable energy and enhance our digital ecosystems for sustainable growth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this partnership between Poland and ASEAN is no longer just an option. It is a strategic necessity. Our shared commitment to stability and innovation is the bedrock of our secure development. Malaysia is confident that today's dialogue will transform into concrete projects that bring our regions closer and together. We thank the Sejm for its leadership and look forward to a future of shared prosperity between Poland and the ASEAN community. Thank you very much for your attention. Dziękuję bardzo.
Bardzo Pani dziękuję za wystąpienie.
Thank you,
Dziękuję
Madam
wszystkim
Ambassador,
prelegentom
for
za
your
wystąpienia.
intervention. I would like to thank all
Dziękuję
our
oczywiście panu
speakers.
premierowi
Of
za
course, I
otwarcie
thank
naszej
the
konferencji.
Deputy Prime Minister
Panu
for
przewodniczącemu
opening our
również bardzo chciałbym
conference. I would
podziękować
like
za mowę
to thank
wstępną.
the
I
Chair for
teraz
his
chciałbym
opening
zaprosić
remarks as well.
szefów placówek
Now I
dyplomatycznych
would
państw
like
ASEAN
to
oraz
invite the heads of diplomatic posts of ASEAN states and the heads of Polish ASEAN parliamentary groups for a family photo here on the stage. Please join us, all heads of missions of ASEAN states and the chairs of Polish ASEAN parliamentary groups. Please join us on stage for a family photo.
Proszę pozostać na sali. Chciałbym ogłosić
Ladies and
króciutką
gentlemen,
przerwę do
please do not
małej
leave
reorganizacji
the room.
sceny i za
We
chwilę
need to take
przystąpimy
a very
do
short
pierwszego
technical
panelu
break
naszej
to prepare for the
konferencji.
first panel. So please give us a couple of minutes. Please don't leave the room and we will prepare for the first discussion panel.
Proszę pozostać na sali, za chwilę rozpocznie
Ladies
się
and gentlemen,
pierwszy
please
panel.
remain seated. We will be starting the first panel shortly.
Dostałem pana książkę. Zapraszam do zajęcia miejsc.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Chciałbym poprosić wszystkich o zajęcie
I
już
would like
miejsc
to
i
invite
wyciszenie
everyone to
rozmów.
take their seats. We need some peace and quiet to start the next panel.
Poproszę o wyciszenie rozmów.
I would like to request that you remain quiet for the next panel.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam
Ladies
do
and gentlemen,
przeprowadzenia dyskusji w pierwszym
I would
panelu
like to invite me to
pana
join me on
Damiana
stage.
Wnukowskiego, który
Mr.
jest
Damian
koordynatorem programu
Wnukowski, which
Azja
coordinates
i
the
Pacyfik w
Asia
Polskim
Pacific
Instytucie
Program
Spraw
at the Polish
Międzynarodowych.
Institute of
Zapraszam.
International Affairs.
Powodzenia życzę i przekazuję już scenę panu.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Bardzo
good
miło was
morning.
Państwa powitać
It is my great
na
pleasure to welcome
konferencji,
you at
Dialog
the
Polska-ASEAN. I
Poland
na pierwszym
ASEAN
panelu,
Dialogue
który
Conference.
będzie dotyczył kwestii
Welcome to the first panel, which will
bezpieczeństwa.
be centered on security-related
Są to kwestie,
issues.
które właściwie dotyczą teraz niemal każdej sfery życia
Security pervades
społecznego,
practically every walk
międzynarodowego.
of social and
Taka
international life.
sekurytyzacja różnych sfer tych
We are
relacji
witnessing
międzynarodowych następuje na naszych
securitization
oczach.
of international relations
Widzimy
it is
przynajmniej
happening
od
before
roku
our very
2022
eyes.
i
Ever since
pełnoskalowej inwazji Rosji
2022
na
and the
Ukrainę,
full-scale
jak
invasion
też
of Russia
te dwa
on
obszary
Ukraine,
geograficzne, Europa i Azja Wschodnia,
we
Azja
are
Południowo-Wschodnia,
observing
są ze sobą
how
powiązane.
our two regions, Europe and
Wpływ,
Southeast
jaki miała
Asia, are
agresja Rosji na
interlinked.
Ukrainę,
The
na
impact of
bezpieczeństwo
Russia's
żywnościowe czy
invasion
energetyczne różnych
of
części świata
Ukraine
było bardzo
was
mocno
felt
widoczne
in
i
security, in the
powiązanie
stability of supplies,
relacji
in
między
energy.
Rosją a
We also
niektórymi
see
państwami
that
Azji,
the
takimi jak
relations
Chiny, Korea
between
Północna, także
Russia and
Iran,
some Asian
które,
countries, for example
wspierają na
China
różny sposób
or
Rosję,
Iran,
pokazały nam, jak relacje bezpieczeństwa w Azji i w Europie
and
są ze
these
sobą
links
powiązane.
have
Jak mogą na
shown
siebie
us
wzajemnie
the architecture of relations in
Dobrze to
Asia and
podsumował
their impacts.
premier Japonii Kishida Fumio, kiedy powiedział, że
Kishida Fumio,
dzisiejsza
the
Ukraina
Prime
może
Minister
być,
of Japan,
jutro
aptly
zauważana w
summed
Azji
it up
Wschodniej i tam
that
konflikty
today's
też mogą
Ukraine can be felt
wybuchać i
in
mogą na siebie wzajemnie
Southeast
wpływać.
Asia the day
Widzimy napięcia
after
w
tomorrow
ciśnieniu
or even
tajwańskiej,
tomorrow.
napięcia na Morzu
We see
Południowochińskim,
tensions in
także w
the
samej
Strait
Azji
of
Południowo-Wschodniej.
Hormuz. We see those tensions in the Gulf, in the Middle East. Also in Southeast Asia, we saw clashes on the border between Thailand and Cambodia. So we see that security in Asia and Europe is in a tense situation. The conflict in the Persian Gulf can have a ripple effect across the globe. It can impact Europe, Southeast Asia, for example, in terms of energy security.
Jak powiązane są kwestie bezpieczeństwa w
About
Europie,
these links
w Azji
between
Południowo-Wschodniej,
Europe,
w
Southeast
krajach ASEANu,
Asia, ASEAN
będziemy rozmawiali z
states
naszymi dzisiejszymi
will be
gośćmi,
the topic
których
of our
chciałbym
discussion
zaprosić
during this
na
panel.
scenę.
I would like to
Pana
invite my
Wojciecha
guests,
Gerwela,
Mr.
specjalnego
Wojciech
wysłannika
Gerwal,
Ministra Spraw
Special
Zagranicznych
Envoy
RP do spraw
of the Ministry of Foreign
Indo-Pacyfiku.
Affairs for the Indo-Pacific.
Pana Renato de Castro,
Mr. Renato de Castro of the Philippine Strat-based Albert del Rosario Institute, who works at the National Security and East Asian Affairs program at the Del Rosario University in Manila.
Panią dr Barbarę Kratiuk,
Madam Barbara
z Centrum
Kratiuk,
Stosunków
PhD
Międzynarodowych i także
of the
adiunkta w
Center
Katedrze
for
Studiów
International
Azjatyckich
Relations,
Akademii
Assistant
Biznesu i
Professor of
Finansów
Asian
Wistula.
Studies at the Academy of Business and Finance, Vistula University.
Oraz panią doktor habilitowaną
And
Katarzynę
Madam
Nawrot
Katarzyna
z Katedry
Anna
Studiów
Habrot,
Regionalnych i
habilitated
Globalnych Wydziału Nauk
Doctor
Politycznych
of
i
the
Studiów
Department of
Międzynarodowych
Regional and
Uniwersytetu
Global Studies,
Warszawskiego.
Faculty of Political Sciences and International Studies of the University of Warsaw.
Naszą rozmowę chciałbym rozpocząć od takiego szerszego
Let me
spojrzenia
start our conversation with taking a broader view of the interdependencies between European and South Asian security. Let's look not just at the military aspect,
sfery
but also
bezpieczeństwa
at
i
different
jaką rolę w tym
dimensions
zakresie
of
odgrywają wspomniane
security.
przeze mnie relacje Rosji z Chinami, z
The
Koreą Północną, ale nie tylko.
Russian-Chinese relations, the relations between Russia and North Korea. What role do they play here? What is the European perspective on that? This is a question to Madam Kratiuk, PhD. What are these interdependencies? What are these links between the region? How should we perceive this from a European perspective?
Dzień dobry Państwu. Przede wszystkim serdecznie dziękuję za
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for the invitation to this panel. Talking about these links, the Russian-Chinese nexus is the most powerful mechanism here. It impacts security in Poland and in Southeast Asia alike. Some say it's as if we had a bear looking towards Europe and a dragon looking towards Asia. But maybe these two powerful creatures will start turning around in different directions. An important issue for both our region is the concert of powers that our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned. This will be a challenge for Europe and for ASEAN states, for whom the stability of the current world order is important. It is important for our regions to uphold rule of law, rules-based international world order, the Naval Charter, and also the rules of peaceful coexistence, which is promoted by ASEAN to such a great extent. That's the first challenge for Poland and for ASEAN and for their cooperation as well. The collaboration between Poland and ASEAN can be impacted by the unpredictability of an evolving system. Such a transition will necessitate a search for stable partners, both in Europe and in Southeast Asia. And I think that the partnership between Poland and ASEAN is a stable one. There is limited trust towards the US, so looking for reliable partners will be of increasing importance, especially in maritime cooperation. This cooperation passes through the EU, to a large extent. However, this will still be an important area. The conflict in Iran has shown us how important it is to cooperate on sea-related issues, supply chains. We see their significance now. In Poland, we are consuming more and more goods from Southeast Asia, and Poland is investing increasingly in Southeast Asia, but that's the issue of the next panel. So I think what we should be looking at is what you mentioned, North Korea. We should take into account the fact that North Korea is engaged in the conflict in Ukraine, and this could be a signal of upcoming growing destabilization. We see that North Korea is another country which wants to reshape the system, whose stability, whose smooth operation is important to Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Poland, Cambodia. The smooth running of this system is key to these states. In my opinion, stability will be the great challenge. And there's a couple of elements here connected with stability that we need to pay attention to in our cooperation between Poland and ASEAN.
Thank you very much. As we can see, there are multiple elements. The maritime security is vital because maritime connections, especially in the South Asia Sea, are essential in terms of shipments of components
elements Poland is dependent on. So we need to take all that into consideration when we look at the relationship of Poland, the EU, with ASEAN countries. I wanted to ask Professor De Castro about the Philippines perspective. How do you see the relationship and security between Europe and Asia? What are the biggest challenges for the Philippines you have to face, and what activities, what policy do you pursue to mitigate the risk to your security and welfare?
Can you hear me? First of all, good morning. Thank you very much for the Foreign Ministry for giving me a chance to visit Poland for the first time. First time I had the chance to study abroad was in 1989, but at that time, of course, there was still division. So this is really the first time for me to come here. So I would really like to commend Poland for looking at the prospect of becoming a partner of ASEAN. But you have to understand, ASEAN, ever since it was formed in 1967, has become more complex. From original 5 member states that were deemed then, of course, in 1967, as it was not anti-communist, it was non-communist. It was, in a way, ASEAN was part of the Cold War, although not part of SEATO or NATO, but it was non-communist. But it has become more complicated now. So my proposal, and of course, idea I'm raising as a Filipino academic, I wear 2 hats. I also teach in a university, Catholic university, and also with a think tank, is for Poland as it navigates into the challenging and uncharted water of ASEAN dynamics, is to have a partner. And that partner is a country that Poland shares history with and right now shares common interests as 2 frontline states. And I'm talking about the Philippines. The Philippines is, of course, has strong affinity with Poland. I could remember studying way back in a Catholic university, and we were asked a question then, we have to study this. How did Poland save Catholicism? I answer, it's John Sobowski and the Hussars, who saved, of course, Vienna from the Ottoman Empire. I got a medal for answering that question way back. And of course, during the Second World War, both Poland and the Philippines are allied countries that were occupied, and of course, brutally occupied by Germany in the case of Poland in 1939, and of course the Philippines in 1941 by Japan. Both Warsaw and Poland are considered as the 2 most devastated cities among the Allied countries. You have the uprising in Warsaw, you have the in September 1944, you have the Battle of Manila in 1945, the devastated southern part of Manila. Unfortunately, of course, during the Cold War, our paths diverged. As, of course, we became part of what is called the free world, and Poland, of course, became part of the Iron Curtain. But we are put in the 21st century as 2 frontline states. We are both frontline states because we are confronted, we are at the fault line of what you call the 21st century geostrategic competition. Poland faces Russia's continental expansion in Europe. We face Chinese maritime expansion at 2 sides. In the case of the Philippines, in a way, geography makes us unique among our ASEAN member states. This put us primarily in the path of Chinese maritime expansion way into the Central Pacific. And of course, north of the Philippines, we are near a major flashpoint in the Indo-Pacific region. And that's, of course, China's irredentis ambition against Taiwan, which probably might happen in 2027. If you have, of course, Ukraine happening in February 2022, just imagine China's full-scale invasion of Taiwan by 2027. And of course, we'll be drawn to this on the basis of geography and of course also on the basis of our alliance with the United States. So just like Poland, we were rattled by what happened, of course, in Ukraine. We have built up our defense capability for the first time ever since we became an independent country. We started looking at external defense. Just like Poland, we have increased our defense budget. We have also adopted a grand strategy called the Comprehensive Archipelagic Defense Concept. So part of this, of course, is building up our armed forces to basically confront the expansion of that great power in the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea, and also, of course, over our northern neighbor, which is a fellow democracy just like Poland and of course, the Philippines, and that is, of course, the Republic of China. So we have also strengthened our alliance with the United States, and we have established security partnerships with member NATO states like Canada, Great Britain, France, and even Germany. So I'm raising the prospect of why not a Philippine-Poland security partnership, since because we already have a commercial relation based on our acquisition of Black Hawk helicopters from Augusta, Poland. So again, let's look at the prospect of this. A security partnership with the Philippines would provide Poland a hub within ASEAN, a hub that you can find familiarity because of our common historical heritage and the fact that we are both members of the rules-based international orders that considered ourselves as frontline states in the face of the great power competition in the 21st century. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie profesorze, za wskazanie
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor, for pinpointing shared challenges and conditions in which Poland, the EU and NATO and ASEAN countries, and especially the Philippines, operate, and challenges put by our neighboring countries. Our response is based also on defense, on arming up. And I think these are similarities between our countries. I wanted to ask Ambassador Wojciech Gerwel, what position do we see at this point in time for ASEAN countries in terms of security, but not always security? In this panel, we are focusing on security in a wide sense, but early in March, we saw the publication of the guidelines for the Polish foreign policy. Minister Sikorski mentioned that Poland will be joining the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation shortly. So my question is, how do these signals or the approach to ASEAN is changing? What role will be played by ASEAN countries as Poland's partners in the nearest future? Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the question. Several days back, last week, I was in Łódź, and I attended a meeting on the strategy in the Polish foreign policy in the years 2026-2030. And it's true that the strategy mentions that developments in the Indo-Pacific are taking an increasing toll on Poland's security. The strategy mentions Southeast Asia and stresses the importance of relations with countries that are located there. So let me indicate why we take a very serious approach to ASEAN countries. Many people have mentioned today that this conference is a token of our interest. We are in the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, and the same is home to so many committees, to so many friendship groups. As Poland's ambassador to Vietnam, I benefited from that friendship and activities of the same for years. But I think this shows that we take a very serious approach to the region. You have mentioned the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. I think this is yet another symbol which confirms that we take a serious approach to the region. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we are conducting a very intense political dialogue. There are multiple high-level visits to Asian countries. Members of the government have visited many countries from the ASEAN region. And we are also taking part in Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, which is dedicated to security. And we are adapting the network of our defense attachés. You have mentioned Manila. Last year, we sent observers to
to a major military exercise in the Philippines.
Mówiąc o pewnych takich rzeczach, które wskazują na to, że poważnie podchodzimy.
And this shows that we take a very serious approach to our relations, but in which dimension Southeast Asia is vital for Poland? There are multiple dimensions. Let me just highlight, because I can't take a lot of time, so let me just continue for 2 or 3 minutes. There is the global dimension, and Madam Professor has mentioned law-based order. ASEAN in itself is a multilateral organization which stresses and focuses on the same values which are embraced by the UN Charter of Fundamental Rights, so peaceful resolution of disputes, territorial integrity. So joining the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation is yet another stage at which we are stressing this multilateral aspect and foundations of international law. Politics-wise and geopolitics-wise, we have mentioned uncertainty on the global scene. Countries of the region are determined to grow, just like Poland was growing and developing rapidly, so is the region now. So the rivalry of powers and the growing uncertainty for all of us is a major challenge. So we want the region to enjoy stability. These are not only opportunities which may be thwarted by uncertainty. We have our transatlantic treaty, but right now challenging conflicts in Southeast Asia are fundamentally challenging for us. For example, Russia wants to destabilize the region, to draw attention away from Ukraine, and we are a country which is determined to have stability. So that was the global dimension, and right now hard security or cooperation of our defense industries or cooperation in non-traditional security areas or sectors such as cybersecurity or satellite cooperation. There is another non-traditional layer of social security, energy security, transport, food security, water security. For example, Polish organizations, and Poland is home to entities with vast expertise. For example, I'm not able to list everything, and I have no time. But let's take cybersecurity as an example. We are the most attacked country in the EU. I'm talking about cyber attacks, and we are coping very efficiently with it, so we can share our expertise. The protection of our borders, there are multiple aspects for cooperation in terms of security. And last but not least, I would like to mention in terms of cooperation with the ASEAN and priorities in security, but defined differently. Soft security, this is the shaping of our image, of our credibility, demonstrating values, because not everything in politics is hard politics, is real politics. We have values in our culture, in our heritage, heritage, and this is a value in itself for partners from the region who are able to appreciate it. So we can cooperate in education, in culture. It's a long topic.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. You've listed a lot of areas, a lot of elements where Poland sees how Southeast Asia is key. Security issues are, of course, of pivotal importance. That is something we can build a partnership on. You've also mentioned several other areas. I hope we will have the occasion to discuss, take a deep dive into them. Let me turn to Madam Katarzyna Nawrot, PhD. Let me circle back to what we talked about maritime security, about economic security. This is a crucial link in building defense capabilities on many levels. What is your opinion, Madam, how Poland, how ASEAN countries, Philippines could work together to ramp up economic security in the face of disruptions, where economic interdependencies are being leveraged to exert political pressures? What can we make use of in our partnership to boost economic and this hard dimension of security together? Thank you. Thank you for this question, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for organizing this salient event, which fuels Polish-ASEAN dialogue. At this crucial time, at this time where we see a complete reconfiguration of international relationships, at this time where we see a shift in international order, and also at a time where we see a geopolitical change in the balance of powers, we see how the economy and politics is linked. The economy is a derivative of politics, but as you've said, economic relations are being leveraged to exert political pressure. In the international dimension, and trade policy should focus not so much on generating economic profit. It should shift to building security, also economic security. And here, looking at Polish-ASEAN relations, I would focus on three issues. Firstly, let me draw your attention to the fact that it is justified to support liberal solutions. Then it's necessary to diversify cooperation, both in the economic and the political dimension. And thirdly, we should look for areas and mechanisms, instruments, which are not obvious at first glance. And now let me elaborate on this. Starting from liberal solutions and specific instruments, let me clearly highlight the necessity to support existing solutions for institutional cooperation between European and ASEAN countries. One example of this is the hub and spoke model of cooperation. It's about free trade areas between the EU and ASEAN, Vietnam, Singapore, and also supporting initiatives including Thailand and Indonesia. Poland can tap into those opportunities when these agreements enter into force. Then multilateral cooperation should be complemented with bilateral cooperation, which has been mentioned by the professor in the context of the Philippines. And here, both in the public debate and in academic academic discourse, we often hear voices of criticism against ASEAN. It is pointed out that cooperation is not effective. I decided to verify these voices in my scientific research. I used econometric modeling and several criteria. I looked at 30 years of our cooperation, and it shows the impact of trade flows and regionalization of trade. It also shows that we have more effects in bilateral relations than in multilateral one, but it also proves that these two complement each other. What does this leave us with? That it is justified to engage both in bilateral and multilateral relations. That is my scientific proof of that. And now moving on to these issues I highlighted. It is beyond doubt to us that it is necessary to diversify markets and enter into cooperation with non-European markets, especially ASEAN markets. But what is equally important is that cooperating in different institutional formats across the broader Southeast Asian region is important. And here I would point to ASEAN Plus, the dialogue group. I would point to Europe-Asia meeting. Here we have an advantage, as we have Polish representatives taking up leadership positions. Then it's important to cooperate within ASEAN Plus 3 dialogue, so with Korea, with Japan, with China. And then sub-regional cooperation, so cooperation between cities, as the ambassador here said. Cooperation was mentioned in this context in Thailand. And the unobvious directions for cooperation. Here I would point you in the direction of ASEAN markets with which our cooperation was not that extensive. For example, the Kingdom of Cambodia or Brunei. These are specific markets which carry a slightly higher risk. However, these are future-oriented markets with great perspectives. I would also point to cooperation and institutionalization of e-trade, digital trade, and partnership in the area of critical resources. This is of overarching importance for cooperation on new technologies and for energy security. Thank you. I can see that your postulates have been approved, and we can embark on expanding our cooperation. Thank you for talking about these two levels, about the EU as well. We will discuss economic cooperation during the next panel. However, implementing the existing and the upcoming free trade agreements with ASEAN countries adds to economic security, diversifies supply chains, and all of this is of importance in the dimension of security. Thank you for those conclusions of yours, and thank you for expanding this format of ASEAN. Of course, we're centering on ASEAN, but in Southeast Asia, in the Indo-Pacific more broadly, there are other partners with whom we can develop cooperation in different areas. You talked about different multilateral formats. In the second round of questions, I would like to circle back to Professor Kratiuk and ask you about what opportunities you see for broader cooperation. Which areas do you see? Is this naval security, which lies in the interest of many countries of the region, the EU, Poland, economic cooperation between our defense industries, cooperation with partners in the regions, which you think has great perspectives. So could you give us your views on this issue? Thank you. Cooperation, as Madam Professor just said, must be present at these three levels. So it must occur between Poland and ASEAN as an organization. Because ASEAN has a central role, it plays a major role for the stability of the region, but also we need to have bilateral cooperation between Poland and specific states of the region. Poland is already investing heavily, for example, in Vietnam, as has been said here. We will be talking about that in the next panel. Professor Castro also suggests that we should ramp up our cooperation with the Philippines, and Poland is already doing that. Polish-Thai relations are very strong as well. Cooperation with Malaysia, Indonesia, or also with the smaller countries of the region, for example, East Timor, Laos, Cambodia. All of these should be taken into account. It would be very difficult to cooperate with ASEAN as a whole without bilateral cooperation with specific states and tightening these relations also on a complementary bilateral basis. I believe that these relations will be based on trade, on economic ties, and they will be more pragmatic because these specific ASEAN states have different approaches to China. The Philippines are engaged in a conflict about the South China Sea, while Cambodia closely cooperates with China. I think all of this will be focused on preserving the stability of the system and bolstering supply chains. Ever since the COVID-19 pandemic, we see how sensitive these supply chains are to any change. We've seen that again when the war in Ukraine broke out. That war changed the dynamics of supply chains, not just in Europe or the EU, but also in the Indo-Pacific, in Southeast Asia as well. There were great pressures exerted onto ASEAN states for them to condemn Russian actions. However, owing to historically very good ties of these states with Russia, these ASEAN states are not ready to do that. They value this relationship with Russia and it is important to them. So ensuring economic security and cooperating on sea-related issues will be of pivotal importance. This will happen through the EU, ASEAN Global Gateway. All of those will be critical initiatives which will help protect maritime cooperation and increasing trade exchange. Without protecting sea routes, without securing supply chains, neither the EU or Europe or the ASEAN will have the capability to ramp up that cooperation. Poland cooperates with ASEAN states very well in terms of trading in arms. Perhaps Poland is not the most cutting edge in terms of the modernity of its solutions, but it is well received in ASEAN states, in the Philippines, for example, or Indonesia or Vietnam, where Polish arms are well suited for difficult conditions on the battlefield. This is an advantage. Vietnam for many years used Russian military equipment, just like Poland. So Poland can share its experience in effecting military transformation, in shifting from Russian military equipment or limiting its use and shifting to European or Polish military equipment. I think Poland will certainly want to engage in that when we will start implementing the existing or upcoming defense programs, for example, SAFE. I think those are the main areas. Maritime cooperation, defense cooperation, cooperation on cybersecurity, as the ambassador mentioned. I think those are the major areas. And I think these areas are already clearly visible and will continue to expand. We should deepen cooperation in these areas.
Thank you very much. So, coming back to Professor De Castro, previously we have mentioned, when we were talking about partners in the region, we have mentioned the US. And I wanted to ask you, Philippines, which are an ally of the US, you have mentioned that the US, you have mentioned that the Philippines want to strengthen relations with the US, not only in terms of security, but my question is, in the current situation when the policy of the US has changed in the past 12 months, what is your approach to cooperation with this big ally? What is the impact on relations with other partners? What is the role of other partners, especially European ones? Is it changing? Is there a greater interest because of that? How do you evaluate it?
Well, interestingly, in terms of our relation with our common treaty ally, the United States, it's business as usual. In contrast, for example, with U.S. relation with some NATO member states, our relation with the United States has been, excellent at this point in time. When Secretary Hegseth visited Manila, and of course, when he came to the Indo-Pacific, instead of going to Japan, he immediately went to Manila, where he basically announced, we need to strengthen the alliance deterrence capability. And recently, of course, for the first time, the United States offered us about $5 billion in military assistance. We have never had it, even at the time when we had American military facilities in the Philippines before 1991. Now, even without American military facilities, you have this dramatic increase in U.S. military assistance. And of course, we'll be conducting a large-scale Balikatan exercise. Of course, in every alliances are generally strengthened, as Poland is very much aware of the fact that you are faced with a quintessential threat. And of course, the threat out there is, China's plan for Taiwan by 2027. So that's the reason why the United States approach to the Philippines has been generally a case of it's better than ever. So that's the take. And of course, we also have our security partnership with Japan. We signed a reciprocal access agreement with Japan. We don't have any issue with Japan in terms of history, in contrast to China or even South Korea. And of course, you have other NATO member states. We are negotiating with a status of force agreement with Germany, with France. We have one with New Zealand, Canada, which is, of course, also another member state of NATO. We just signed a status of forces agreement. Again, it all boils out to the protection of what we call the rules-based international order, and of course, with a specific focus on China's intention against Taiwan, which of course also have a Russian element. Last year, you have a study by RUSI, where, of course, Russia is providing China the technology to conduct airborne operation. It came out publicly. And of course, we also noticed the growing presence of the Russian Navy, not only in northern Japan, but also, of course, in the South China Sea, even in waters within the Philippine archipelago. So we're also witnessing the growing alignment between Moscow and Beijing when it comes, of course, to the South China Sea issue and, of course, Taiwan.
Dziękuję bardzo. To może takie pytanie
Okay, so thank you very much. So perhaps a supplementary question in the context of what you've said about strengthening cooperation between Russia and China. So in this respect, do you see any specific activities we could undertake in Europe and in Asia
So what options, what possible activities would you see for Philippines, for partners in the region and the EU, but also for such partners like Japan who are focused on security and maintaining the rule of law? So what activities would you envision short term?
Specific with Japan, Japan will be sending 1,000 troops for the Balikatan exercise. First time, of course, you'll have Japanese conducting military exercises with the Americans, with the Australians, with the Canadians, with New Zealand in Philippine territory. Well, Poland could also consider sending ships every time we conduct multilateral cooperative activity. Germany has already sent ships. France will be sending a carrier in the upcoming Balikatan exercise, much to our surprise and to a certain delight. The French are, as the term implies, they're putting their money where their mouth is, not just, the French. So they're also showing their seriousness when it comes to what we call the Indo-Pacific strategy. So Poland might consider this. Poland could also strengthen its presence for observer during Balikatan exercises. Plus, of course, continuing the defense cooperation in terms of our acquisition, probably even the possibility of manufacturing your excellent Black Hawk helicopters in Southeast Asia. That could be a hub for your production, for export for other Southeast Asian countries, aside from other excellent Polish military hardware.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. I would like to revisit the role of the EU. We have mentioned multiple times the EU as an actor that would help Poland mark its presence in the region and strengthen cooperation with ASEAN and individual member countries. A question to Wojciech Gerwel. Your personal experience with partners from the region, because you've been the special envoy for the Indo-Pacific. So a question to you, how do you see these opportunities and what are the expectations of our partners in terms of cooperation also with the EU? Because we have mentioned that the EU has limited capabilities as far as defense is concerned, but the EU plays a significant role in this respect, nevertheless. So how can we capitalize on this EU aspect to strengthen relations with ASEAN countries? Well, recently I visited 3 countries of the region, and once again I was very moved by enormous interest in cooperation with Poland and Europe. Let's be honest, the image of Europe is not improving over the years. I think we are insufficiently present. There is low awareness of Europe in those countries, and challenging geopolitical situation triggers major interest amongst decision makers and basically amongst everyone I've talked to. I've been related to this region for more than 2 decades, and I have to admit that I found it striking for the very first time that there is such huge interest. Meanwhile, in Poland, we have a different advantage. We were not a colonial country, and we have robust relations with different, very diverse ASEAN countries. There are 2 countries which have formal alliance with the US. There is also one traditionally independent country. So very diverse countries that navigate current international relations very differently, but nevertheless all of them see Poland as a
trusted partner with massive potential, and we should keep it in mind. But we also have multiple opportunities. The professor has mentioned the defense industry. I've said before that we have very state-of-art technologies, and this is something we can do together with Europe. Our role in Europe is growing. For example, raw materials, cooperation in terms of safety of trade routes. The EU has signed with ASEAN a contract on strategic cooperation, so it's a higher level of cooperation potentially, and there is an action plan. And if you look at the action plan, its initial part focuses on safety and security in a wide sense. And it seems to be obvious that partners from the region see value added in non-traditional areas of such cooperation. The EU is championing such projects like combating piracy on trade routes near Somalia, or Trimario, another program which is raising awareness of maritime situation, advanced programming. And there is another program, ASEAN, mentioned by Madam Professor, which is focused on training, exchange of information, cybersecurity. For example, natural disasters. I think there is understanding in the region, despite the fact that attitude to Russia is different than in Poland, but I don't think there is a country that wishes to be manipulated. And I think ASEAN countries appreciate how serious we are about our commitments, and but nevertheless, I think we've got a long way to go, because we are determined to fight disinformation in Europe, but there are many things that can be improved before we share our know-how with our partners.
Chociaż, przepraszam, może to jeszcze potem będzie okazja, ale może tak powiem...
Okay, maybe I'll dwell on that later.
Kiedy jeździmy do Azji
But whenever we visit Southeast Asia, I think on the one hand, we have a disadvantage because these countries are visited in most cases for the very first time. But on the other hand, relations are extremely positive. I think Poles are appreciated because we don't look down, we don't look up also on those nations. We have heard from the professor that Manila was destroyed. Did you know about it? And the trauma of Manila's destruction lingers on, just like it lingers in Warsaw. So I think we should learn more about our history. I remember, by the way, when I visited Vietnam for the very first time, and I've learned that in the 13th century, Vietnam managed to repel a Mongolian invasion. And by the way, this part of Europe has been plundered by the Great Mongols, and Vietnam was not. Okay, so we've got a long way to go, we've heard, but let's go back to something mentioned by Wojciech Gerwel, modern technologies. There are two aspects. How can we use and tap into modern technologies to spread disinformation, to wage disinformation war? And what is the impact of disinformation war on Southeast Asia and Europe. And secondly, to have a sense of agency in terms of advanced technologies, we need to have access to raw materials to ensure safety and security. So my question is to Katarzyna Nawrot. What threats do you see, threats that are posed by state-of-art technologies, and what can we do to mitigate this risk? What is the experience of Poland, of the EU, of ASEAN countries to ensure security and also to increase our competitive edge and to mark our presence on global markets?
Thank you for your question. I always see a glass that is half full, so I won't necessarily be referring to threats connected with new technologies. I'll rather be focusing on the opportunities vested in them. And I will present them in connection with our relations with ASEAN countries. You've mentioned two areas which are greatly important. That's energy security and cybersecurity, which has already been touched upon by our panelists. Starting with the first aspect, that is energy security, new technologies and technological cooperation are key. I think this is that area of opportunity which is one of the most important between Poland and ASEAN countries. Energy security is not just about giving access to raw materials. It's about technological cooperation on different aspects of supplying critical raw materials and their processing. Let me highlight opportunities for cooperations with such countries as the Philippines or Indonesia in terms of critical raw materials. Both the Philippines and Indonesia are the largest producers of cobalt and nickel across the globe. It is forecast that Indonesia by 2030 will provide 16% of the global supply of cobalt. These raw materials are indispensable to modern industries, also for the modern defense industry. So in terms of technological cooperation, Poland can offer know-how, can offer its expertise on how to build the whole value chain from extraction, opportunities for extraction, through processing, and then the industry of clean energy. These resources are indispensable to electric vehicles or batteries. I think that's crucial here. All of these issues align with a greater agenda of sustainable growth. So sustainable growth and goals in terms of providing clean energy. And it's also crucially linked with goal number 14 for sustainable growth, life under water. So we have the opportunity to use oceans and seas for offshore wind farms, for example. And we need to protect extremely valuable and extremely sensitive maritime ecosystems. Cobalt deposits are located in Indonesia, in region Anpai, pardon my pronunciation, where there is a very high diversity of coral. So we can work in those areas because we can engage in joint cooperation there. And I think that gives us a great perspective for cooperation. Then, using rare earths, Vietnam is a country which has the second largest deposits of rare earths across the globe. So it's not just about access to rare earths, but also about cooperating in their extraction. These areas of cooperation are pivotal for energy security. A non-carbon development is one of the goals of ASEAN states. Among other, Indonesia pursues such clean growth. So we have a lot of areas for cooperation. Then technological cooperation is important to counteract disinformation. It's important to raise awareness about Poland, which is an economy with great experience in transition, 37 years of experience in transitioning from a communist regime to a free market economy. And we can share our experience in transition. We can also share our experience from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We can share experience in counteracting disinformation. Poland is gaining a lot of experience. There is a lot of cyber attacks, which have already been mentioned here, and we are accruing expertise that we can pass on to others. We can do that on the national levels of bilateral cooperation, but also on a regional level. Experience in being an Eastern NATO flank state is invaluable. For example, the Podlasie region. We can point to joint exercise of uniformed services of firefighters, for example, in the Philippines. And I also represent academia. So let me highlight how important it is to engage with the private sector with the support of academia. So public-private partnerships, a double helix model of cooperation for energy security, for cooperation in new technologies, etc. I think that can tighten our relations and dialogue between Poland and ASEAN countries and can ramp up our security. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. You've listed so many elements and pointed to so many sources of potential that we can tap into. Our experience with disinformation, critical raw materials, this is pivotal to economic development. And thank you for including the environment, the sustainable development goals of the UN, and mentioning that bilateral cooperation can help achieve overarching goals on a global level. So we have the bilateral, regional, and global level. I think it's worth tapping into this potential at all levels. Local governments, local authorities can also be a potential source of cooperation. Firefighters is a very good example. It's a very good direction for expanding our cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have another sum-up round of questions to our panelists, but we would like to engage our audience in the panel as well. Perhaps you have some questions to us, or there are some areas that you would like to highlight and ask about. Please brace yourselves for a Q&A session. We will give the floor to our audience shortly. Please raise your hand to signal that you have a question or a comment. Please remember to use your microphones. Also in the side alleys in the room, you should have access to microphones. So please prepare for the Q&A session. And now let me move on to the sum-up round of questions. I will have a question to each of the panelists in the same order. Professor Kratyuk, if you could give us one or two areas that you think are important in the short term. Where do you see the biggest opportunities for a practical tightening of cooperation between Poland, the EU, and our ASEAN partners? Which instruments could be made use of in the short term? I will keep repeating myself. Apologies for that. I think this will be security cooperation in the broad sense. The security, economic security, the sale and purchase of military equipment, sharing experience in military equipment operation and implementation. I think this is very future-oriented for Poland. Poland can roll out into these markets. And as the ambassador also mentioned, Poland is a country which has a neutral image. It's not seen as hostile against China. It's not perceived as a former colonial state. Paradoxically, Poland has the history of a socialist state, but it builds a good relationship on that foundation. So formally, it has something in common with North Korea as well. So we should work on ramping up this hard dimension of security, but also look at economic cooperation, what Madam Professor said. Securing supply chains, so maritime cooperation is key here. Then bolstering trade, as trading contributes to increasing security. We have to involve the European Union. Poland's voice is heard increasingly more loudly and clearly. So using these instruments and the vast opportunities offered by the EU is a great chance here. And as the Deputy Prime Minister said, that Poland is a gateway to the EU, but is also an ambassador of the EU in ASEAN states, which is not perceived as an aggressive state. To the contrary, Poland is perceived as a country which seeks close cooperation. Thank you. Mr. Professor, the same question goes to you. Please give us your sum up, the biggest potential in the short term, which instruments can be made use of.
Again, when we talk about security in terms of Southeast Asia, we look at it at three levels. Number one, systemic in terms of ASEAN-EU relation, which of course has become closer than ever. The EU is very active in supporting maritime security in with ASEAN, strengthening economic ties, supply chain resilience, and of course also offering an alternative, to, for example, to the protectionist policy being adopted by the United States, and of course, China's effort to practically dominate the Southeast Asian market. The EU would provide, of course, an option for the ASEAN member states. That's where, of course, Poland could basically come in. So at the level of EU-ASEAN, then of course at the level of Poland-ASEAN. ASEAN, in a way, is also a security forum. The security of ASEAN is based on the notion that ASEAN's goal is to manage its relationship with great powers, to ensure that middle and great powers are in the region and present with an expectation they could balance each other. That's the essence of what we call ASEAN equibalancing game. Poland, by becoming one of the external factors, would ensure that there are more partners for ASEAN, that there is no single dominant power that would, of course, dominate Southeast Asia. And, of course, the last level would be bilateral. That's, of course, your strong security relation with the Philippines, Vietnam, that has always been there, and other ASEAN member states who would like to strengthen, more importantly, their defense industry. Also in terms of development of the minerals, as mentioned earlier, and other aspects of cybersecurity where Poland could engage ASEAN member states on a bilateral level. So again, this represents to you a very complex security cooperation when you have to look at Southeast Asia in general and of course ASEAN in particular.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie profesorze. Panie ambasadorze, także do pana są pytanie. Na czym
Thank you very much. The same question to you, Mr. Ambassador. What should we focus on in this short period of time? What offers the biggest potential? I'm not going to repeat myself because all those areas are utterly important, and I think we need to work on everything as the Committee for Foreign Affairs. But I do agree with what has been said just a minute ago. Just to expand on what Madam Professor said about military equipment, I think we are very likely to develop cooperation in terms of advanced technologies, not only military technologies, but cybersecurity, satellite, imagining technologies. So Polish companies are becoming to be leaders in those areas. And in ASEAN countries, I think there is huge potential to develop things together. We also need to keep in mind that there is massive academic and human potential demonstrated by these societies in ASEAN countries. And the interest in our technologies is becoming to be noticeable. And I think this is the moment in time when Poland, with its expertise, tried and tested technologies, should make the most of it. We have also heard about systemic cooperation, and I think this is something that will not give us instant results. We need to do everything to make our relationship stable. We need to underpin our cooperation on the significance of rules in international relations. It's very important with our partners to be on the same page. Thank you very much. And the same question, to recap in one sentence or two our discussion, what should we focus on, Madam Doctor? I think we have had key areas, and I entirely agree with what has been said. Professor De Castro has mentioned the profile of ASEAN's foreign policy and this soft balancing policy, which is very important to shape our relations with the ASEAN countries. And I do agree with everything that has been said, especially with what has been said about cooperation concerning high-end technologies. And I would like to focus on two areas which have not been mentioned in terms of cooperation in safety and security. So the area of catastrophic risk and food safety and security. We all know that Southeast Asia is one of areas which is most prone to natural disasters with different profile, especially natural disasters. I once computed how many natural disasters happen in the region annually, and the number I came up was 296. So this gives us just 2 months without natural disasters. So there is a need to react swiftly to manage the disaster. And we can also exchange information in that respect, because Poland is witnessing floods, for example. And I think this has a huge impact on economy, because we need to ensure the continuity of the supply chain, because countries are interconnected. production-wise. So in terms of the risk of natural disasters, we need a wider cooperation between the EU and ASEAN countries and countries of the region to make the most of Japanese experience in natural disasters. The second area, which is extremely important, I believe, is food safety. Other speakers have mentioned how different ASEAN countries are. And it's true, very often we see extreme differences, and they are also at different development phases. So food safety may be used by Poland as soft power in shaping relations, and this is also our upper hand because we have a robust food industry in Poland, so this is another potential area for cooperation. Thank you very much. So we have taken stock of everything we have discussed today, and we have added new elements as well. So as we can see, cooperation spans numerous areas. I would like to take several questions from the floor. If there is anything you'd like to address, if there are any questions you'd like to ask a specific panelist, or perhaps all our panelists, please let me know if you have a question you'd like to ask. I can see one question at the end of the room. Yes, we have multiple questions, 3 altogether. Okay, so let's start with gentlemen in the back. Okay, you can hear me. I will have... My name is Radosław Lewandowski. I am a student of Warsaw School of Economics, and my question is to Professor De Castro.
The potential conflict between China and Taiwan, and my question is maybe hypothetical, but still probable. How do you view the reaction of ASEAN facing such a conflict in the future? Do you believe that ASEAN will stay with solidarity, will speak with one voice? And what this reaction would be? Would you rather maintain this balance or between global powers, or would you take one side? Because as it was mentioned in this panel, Philippines, for example, has a strong relation with United States, but on the other hand, others have good relations with China and Russia. How do you view this? Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję i dziękuję też za przedstawienie się i prosiłbym też pozostałe osoby
very much for introducing yourself. I would like to ask other people who are going to ask questions later to introduce themselves first. Hello and congratulations on the topic. Jacek Figuła. I represent a company which is creating tokens of electronic currency known as stable coin, USDT. So I would like to say that the world is being redefined politically and also redefines how we are settling transactions. We have cryptocurrencies, we have stable coins, and especially in the Far East and in ASEAN countries, this trend is very visible, and as we know, the EU has adopted a regulation, so hence my question. Perhaps this should be a topic. Perhaps this will help and facilitate integration on those two regions. It will also help intensify trade between our regions. Thank you very much. Patryk Kugiel, the Polish Institute of International Affairs, Warsaw University. My question is similar. I wanted to ask about the contingency situation concerning Taiwan. Professor De Castro mentioned the date 2027. Why this specific date? Is the conflict in Iran changing changing something, and what would be ASEAN's expectations from the EU if such conflict around Taiwan became a reality, and because it's time when Philippines preside over ASEAN, and the Philippines are watching the civil war unfold in Myanmar. What is the future of the civil war and ASEAN, which is quite divided in terms of a crisis which lingers on in one of its member countries? And one more question from the floor, the gentleman on the right. Young Diplomats Forum, and a question to Professor Renato De Castro.
Actions you think could be the best in case of war or some kind of ruralization? Because as all we know, in case if your opponent is stronger than you, then the best way is to use asymmetric actions, and how actually Poland can help to ASEAN when ASEAN will use these asymmetric actions. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Chyba najwięcej pytań, właściwie
Okay, so thank you very much. Most questions are targeted at Renato De Castro. Mr. Professor, so a question about China and Taiwan and developments until 2027, a question about Myanmar. And if I understood you correctly, the last question was about asymmetric activities in the face of conflict, because the volume was very low. And a question to all panelists about settlement and about stablecoin and its potential impact on relations between the EU and ASEAN. How do you see it? Perhaps also in the context of safety and security, because it's not only security, it's also financial security. So let's start with Professor De Castro.
Thank you very much for those questions. I'll try first to address the question regarding what's happening in Myanmar and ASEAN position. Again, it reflects a degree of challenge for ASEAN because ASEAN simply could not come out with a specific position regarding what's happening in Myanmar. Whether some ASEAN member states would rather maintain a distant approach, basically just allow the civil war to evolve on its own without any intervention for ASEAN. Because at the end of the day, what can ASEAN do? ASEAN could not intervene militarily primarily because ASEAN is not a military alliance. ASEAN could only move in, of course, after you have a ceasefire, the same way as what happened with East Timor, when you have, of course, when Timor, at that time, Timor was a province of Indonesia, and you have, of course, that major upheaval after the referendum. That's ASEAN and Australia was able to come in only after both sides, Indonesia, allowed it to happen. But I don't think that will happen with Myanmar in the near future. So again, the position of ASEAN will be just watch and see. I'll focus more really on the issue of Taiwan. Why 2027? There are two elements there. The first element, of course, is the order by President Xi Jinping to the PLA that they should develop the military capability to effect a possible armed unification of Taiwan by 2027. You will usually ask the question, why 2027? The Chinese Civil War began in 1927. That's also the 100th anniversary of the People's Liberation Army. So for the Chinese Communist Party, this has, of course, ideological and historical element there. For the Chinese Communist Party to end once and for all the 100-year-long Chinese Civil War. So that has been, of course, the goal of President Xi Jinping. Then you have also the element there of what is called the Davidson window. What's the Davidson window? This is, of course, the assessment of former U.S. Indo-PACOM Commander Admiral Davidson, who said in 2021 in front of the United States Armed Forces Senate Committee hearing, based on the developments we're seeing in the PLA, we might see the Chinese military invasion of Taiwan by 2027. I had the chance to talk with the staff of then Admiral Aquilino during a conference in Thailand, and they observed the building of two, if you're familiar with the Normandy invasion of June 1944, the build-up of mulberry ports, artificial ports that were built by the Americans and the British, that was, of course, was brought into the Normandy beachhead after, of course, you have the establishment of a secure beachhead by the Americans, Canadian, and British forces after June 6. So you have two elements there. The announcement of President Xi Jinping and, of course, the assessment of U.S. Indo-PACOM, which, of course, has been taken seriously by the Department of War. So when Secretary Hegseth went to Manila last year, he basically said, we have to develop the deterrence capability. So we will be having a big-time Balikatan exercise, 500 of them. There, of course, the scenario there, it's not anymore called drills, it's called rehearsal. If the Chinese are conducting rehearsal around Taiwan, the alliance or member of the alliance of what we call, in here you have NATO, in the Indo-Pacific you have the hub and spoke system, and you have, of course, the active participation now of no less than Japan. Remember what Prime Minister Sanai Takeshi said last November, Japan will be involved in a Taiwan contingency, which of course angered the Chinese up to the high heavens. So that's the element there. Now, the position of ASEAN is really very challenging. This really puts ASEAN in a case of the devil, between the devil and the deep blue sea. ASEAN, especially some member ASEAN states have interest there in terms of their overseas workers. Vietnam, Indonesia, and of course the Philippines. But the Philippines has been more vocal about the fact that we have about 250,000 Filipinos working in Taiwan. So how ASEAN would react will depend again in terms of, number one, geography. We are the closest among ASEAN member states. Some ASEAN member states, especially if you're in continental Southeast Asia, you can care less about what happened in Taiwan. Then, of course, you have to factor in the relationship with China and the fact that all ASEAN member states have what we call a one China policy. So this will really put ASEAN in an extreme quandary. Some ASEAN member states had vital interests with Taiwan. Others, of course, again, it's a matter of geography. So this is a very challenging security dilemma that ASEAN would face. Hopefully, it could face it as at least there will be an element of ASEAN solidarity, but I simply don't know. I don't have the answer. If China would pull the envelope by 2027. And of course, right now, both China and Taiwan are watching what's happening between the United States, Israel versus, of course, Iran. China is looking at, of course, America's capability to conduct swift joint expeditionary operation, something that the PLA had never conducted in its history. And they're watching. And of course, the Americans, in a way, are flaunting it, showing to the Chinese, we could conduct massive military operation away from continental USA. We're relying on bases in the Middle East. And I'll give you a very good example of why the Trump administration really is flaunting it. Remember the sinking of that Iranian frigate of the Indian Ocean? The United States Navy is showing to the Chinese People's Liberation Army's Navy, we have the capability to interdict. We have the nuclear attack submarines. We don't need to bring in the aircraft carriers that might be involved in Iran right now, the carrier battle groups. What will really matter will be those attack submarines. So in a way, the U.S., the Trump administration is also showing to China. You have to take into account we have conducted massive joint expeditionary operation, and right now with NATO announcing that it will support the operation of the Strait of Hormuz, is sending a very strong signal to China. Taiwan is also watching it in terms of how a country could conduct, a small power could conduct asymmetric warfare the same way as, of course, as the Iranian had used drones and other forms of asymmetric warfare, at least to prevent the United States and Israel from achieving their goal, the maximalist goal in this operation against Iran. It's a very complex world right now. Poland had experienced this in the past. ASEAN is going through this.
probably this is also the time that we talk about this very uncertain geostrategic condition of the 21st century. Because at the end of the day, we both have interest in maintaining stability, both in the Indo-Pacific region and, of course, in the Euro-Atlantic region. We can conduct it multilaterally through NATO, through EU, ASEAN, or Poland with, individual ASEAN member states.
Bardzo dziękuję. Czy temat stablecoinów
Thank you
ktoś
very much.
chciałby
Would
może
anyone like to
podjąć?
take up the question about the stablecoin?
Nie ma za bardzo możliwości.
I don't
Jeżeli
see
mógłbym
much of
prosić
a
jeszcze,
reaction.
bo chyba nie do końca pytanie
I
pana
don't
było.
think that the last question.
Pan ambasador?
Is there anyone who wants to take up the question about
Szczegółowo to nie
stablecoins?
mogę za dużo powiedzieć.
I can't give you
ogólnie
any
o
details.
technologiach i standardach to tak
However,
właśnie,
about technologies
że
and
jest bardzo
standards,
ważne,
that's something I can speak about.
żebyśmy myśleli o wspólnych standardach.
It's important to think about shared
Na to,
standards.
co się dzieje, nie wiem, w Genewie na przykład, tak?
When we look at what is happening in Geneva,
Międzynarodową organizację
the
telekomunikacyjną,
International Telecommunications Organization, or WIPOD, the International Organization
World Intellectual Property Organization.
for World Intellectual Property.
To widać tam rzeczywiście, że tam za zamkniętymi drzwiami bardzo
So we can see that a lot is going on behind closed doors in terms of drafting standards. I think it lies in Europe's and ASEAN's interest to ensure that we have a lot of similar standards. We both promote free trade. We want to invest and to trade freely. So such standards lie in our common interests. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are taking some efforts because we want to share our experience in transition when we present ourselves in the region as one of the most dynamically developing country in the world over the last 35 years. We highlight that this is a stable and sustainable development. We show how great a focus we've been putting on societal disparities and eliminating them. And we've taken up a lot of different instruments. So when we share that expertise with countries in the region, we do it amicably. We don't impose anything. We don't have a history of dominance in international relations. So this paves the way for cooperation and attracts attention from the region. So we can engage in drafting shared standards if anything is of interest. Thank you. We still have some time for a shorter round of questions. I saw someone raise their arm here. Madam, please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. I'm Fatima from Embassy of Indonesia. I would like to ask, as Poland is like a rising leader in EU, do you see deepening ties with Indonesia as like the largest economy in ASEAN will provide Poland with a stronger foothold in the Indo-Pacific region? Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo. To pytanie do konkretnej osoby tutaj w panelu, czy...
Yes. Is that a question to a specific person sitting on the panel?
Actually, I would like to ask for Mr. Wojciech and Pani Katarzyna. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Czy tutaj jeszcze z prawej strony?
And I see a question on the right. Thank you, Mateusz Hattys, Asian Studies of the Warsaw University. I have two questions. The first one goes to Ambassador Gerwel. You mentioned that Poland sent an observer to last year's Bali Katan military exercises. Is Poland planning to participate in any form with any representatives in this year's round of exercises? Will this cooperation be continued? The second
second question goes to Professor De Castro. Professor, you have mentioned many things that Poland and the Philippines have in common. You've proposed a cooperation by increasing Poland's navy presence in the region, participation in joint exercises. From my perspective, these aims seem ambitious, and they would be too much of a burden on Poland's armed forces. Hence my question, how do you evaluate Poland's posture on the international arena in terms of voicing its opinions about China's activities concerning controversial territory in the South Asia Sea? Should Poland be more active in the European Union to increase coordinated actions of the EU in the South China Sea? To date, these actions have been focused on the Indian Ocean. Thank you. Thank you. We've collected 3 questions to Ambassador Gervel about Indonesia, and then 2 about Indonesia and Balikatan to Professor De Castro. The ambassador goes first. I'll start with the second question. The answer is I don't know, and it's an easy one for me. I haven't had the occasion simply to discuss this topic with my colleagues, but it will be easy to check. Then Indonesia. It's an easy question that I can provide here. Indonesia is a priority. The whole region is a priority. But in Poland's foreign strategy, Indonesia has been directly mentioned, while Germany hasn't been mentioned in our foreign affairs strategy. Please take note of that. Of course, Indonesia is a country that I myself referred to directly. In 1955 in Bandung, there was a movement of non-associated states. Then in 1961, that evolved, and it has a special role in the global South. We take note of that special role, and we want to have the best possible. We see that Indonesia wants to have the best possible relations with the global South, and we see that in its narrative as well. We take note of that important role in expanding these relations. Not to mention economic ties, or we've been talking about critical raw materials. Nickel has been mentioned, among others. In Indonesia, we see a situation where these critical raw materials are being developed. We see development by one country here. Of course, we take note that all countries see this as a priority and need to diversify their relations. There is a lot of opportunity in Indonesia here. Cooperation by sharing experience is also important, and I'm thinking about countering disinformation. I can see some people who served as ambassadors or chargé d'affaires in Indonesia, and they are very well versed in Indonesia, so maybe they could share. About 300 million people, an enormous country. It's it's also interesting to engage in inter-religious dialogue. We've had such inter-religious dialogues with Indonesia for many years now. It's of pivotal importance in a polarized, radicalized society. It bolsters friendly, amicable relations, and we see that as a source of great values. And Professor Navrat, and let me mention G20. Indonesia sits on the G20 group, so does Poland. If we are to cooperate within G20, we have another platform for collaboration. Let me just quickly add and supplement. Of course, Indonesia, largest ASEAN country, 280 million people, the largest Muslim country in the world as well. Here, energy security is of pivotal importance, cooperation on technology, extraction of critical raw materials, and linking that to climate and environmental policies. That's what I would list here, what I think is of greatest importance, and I think that's what is aligned with the public good, with the public interest and the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. Let me just add one more sentence to highlight the importance of what the ambassador referred to at the end of his intervention. So tapping into Indonesia's experience when it comes to the diversity of its cultural system, I think that's of overarching importance. It's the largest Muslim country, but it's also incredibly diverse. I think Indonesia's experience in diversity is of great importance to us to help build a stable society. Thank you very much. And we've had a question to Professor De Castro about the South China Sea, about Poland's voice and the EU on the South China Sea and the developments there. How do you evaluate Poland's and the EU's position, its reaction to what is happening there?
Hello. I'll first address the question regarding, does Poland has the resources to basically get involved in maritime affairs in the Indo-Pacific region? I heard that comment before. We simply don't have resources to do it. I heard it in a conference by the Deutsche Marine, in a conference that was held in Hamburg in 2024 at the Clausewitz Institute in Hamburg when I attended the conference. That was the time when the Deutsche Marine sent a frigate and a supply ship to the Indo-Pacific. At that time, this was something very big for the Germans. Eventually, after they accomplished it, they said they're sending more. So last year, we just conducted a negotiation for a status of force agreement with Germany. So for the first time, probably since the First World War, the German Navy would be operating, in the Indo-Pacific region. Remember during the time of Admiral Graf Spee, of course, the German Navy was not able to operate during the Second World War, but during the First World War, they have their naval presence at Liantung Peninsula in China. So we are starting to see this again. Again, whether Poland will have a maritime presence in the Indo-Pacific, this will be determined by your own national interests. But if Poland would decide that it would join other major NATO countries in projecting their naval power in the Indo-Pacific, like the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and even certain cases, Italy. First you will have to have a defense attaché in Manila. Your embassy doesn't have a defense attaché. So this is a signal to Manila that you're serious in having a security cooperation. Then we could start negotiating for a status of force agreement, and also talk in terms of joint production of weapon system that Poland might be interested in exporting to other ASEAN member states. That could be the beginning. And we don't know how this would evolve in the future, but this will, of course, make Poland a very important actor in the Indo-Pacific security affairs, moving beyond what we call the Euro-Atlantic theater of operation. Second question regarding Poland hasn't made any position, more importantly, in terms of the July 12, 2016 arbitral tribunal ruling. EU has been very active in terms of supporting our development of our maritime domain awareness capability. I believe in 2023, the president of the European Commission, the lady president, went to Manila and announced the EU would be providing assistance to the Philippine Coast Guard. But again, at the end of the day, it will be Polish national interest that will determine whether Poland would like to have an involvement in Indo-Pacific security matters.
Bardzo dziękuję. Jeszcze pan ambasador, tak? Na zakończenie, proszę bardzo.
Ja tylko jednym
And
słowem,
Mr.
bo wspominałem o tym,
Ambassador,
że
just to round up,
pracujemy nad rozłożeniem akcentu
I said that we're working on our defense attaches and their network across the globe. This is something that we are planning for. We're working on those plans. We want those defense attaches to be present. And now the judgment of the tribunal. We always support that we always adamantly stand for international law and the Convention on the Law of the Sea. Thank you. We've exhausted the time for our discussion about security, but I think that now we have a broad picture of the opportunities and the challenges that Poland and the EU and ASEAN states are looking at in terms of increasing security in different dimensions. A big thank you to our panelists for their views and opinions. A big thank you to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your active engagement. We will now break for 30 minutes. After that, we will talk about economic issues. Thank you very much, and our panelists have deserved a round of applause. Thank you.
Raz, dwa, raz, raz, dwa, raz. Szanowni Państwo, uprzejma prośba o zajmowanie miejsc. Za chwilę zaczynamy kolejny panel konferencji. Potrzebujemy raz jeszcze jednego panelistę, nie wypada, żeby on siedział tutaj bez sali. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo uprzejmie proszę o zajmowanie miejsc w sali kolumnowej. Dzień dobry. Tak, tak. I wszystko będzie w porządku, ile Państwo, ja niestety nie mam możliwości takich niestety. Czy ja zapraszam na... W sensie mogą usiąść. Tak mi się doświadczyć. Dokładnie. No tak. Jest tego, żebyśmy teraz sobie nawijać. To już też normalne. Will be moderating that. Yes. So at the beginning, we'll have some of on the ground. Hi, I'm Chris. Raz, dwa, raz, raz, dwa. Panie ministrze, zapraszam. Szanowni Państwo, proszę o zajmowanie miejsc. Zaczynamy kolejny panel konferencji. Szanowni Państwo, witam Państwa po przerwie na kolejnym panelu konferencji poświęconej współpracy Polski i ASEANu. Ten panel poświęcony będzie współpracy gospodarczej i zagadnieniom z tym związanym. Ja się nazywam Tomasz Sajewicz, jestem korespondentem Polskiego Radia Interi w Azji Południowo-Wschodniej. Mamy tą przyjemność bliższego obserwowania tego, co w Azji Południowo-Wschodniej dzieje się w tej współpracy gospodarczej od lat. Dzisiaj są z nami pan wiceminister spraw zagranicznych Władysław Teomil Bartoszewski, pan Chris Humphrey, specjalizujący się we współpracy instytucji Unii Europejskiej i ASEANu, pan Aleksander Siemaszko z Ministerstwa Rozwoju i Współpracy, Technologicznego i Współpracy i pani Katarzyna Dubno z firmy Adamet. Dla mnie jest to o tyle ciekawa sytuacja i bardzo dziękuję Ministerstwu Spraw Zagranicznych za zaproszenie i za zaufanie, że ostatnie miesiące praktycznie spędziłem w krajach Azji Południowo-Wschodniej, od Indonezji, Wietnamu, Filipiny, przez inne państwa regionu, patrząc jak w praktyce wygląda współpraca gospodarcza państw regionu z naszym krajem i jakie wyzwania i jakie możliwości mają polskie firmy, polski biznes w tym miejscu. Wszystko to zaczęło się od jesieni 2025 roku, kiedy stolica Malezji, Kuala Lumpur, gościła szczyt państw ASEANu, wówczas z powodów geopolitycznych, także bacznie obserwowany w różnych częściach świata ze względu na tarcia chińsko-amerykańskie w tym czasie. Dla mnie to też było okazją z mojego punktu dziennikarskiego zobaczenia jednak, jak niewiele, moim zdaniem, jak mało, zbyt mało informacji.
For me, as a journalist, it's striking how little we know about economic cooperation and how little we hear in the Polish media. I see today's panel as an opportunity to launch a discussion with the central administration and business, a discussion about mechanisms that work, about instruments and tools we need to beef up our cooperation. At the beginning, I would like you to make 3 statements. Mr. Minister, I would like to ask you about areas of cooperation where you see opportunities for intensification of cooperation with ASEAN countries, where we would like to mark our presence, which areas are crucial in terms of Poland's interest. Thank you very much. I've seen you, I think we've met last time in Jakarta, by the way. Because I do my best to walk my talk. In other words, together with my colleagues, parliamentarians, we visited Jakarta for the national holiday, but ASEAN is a region which is of great interest for Poland.
Biorąc pod uwagę geopolityczne niepewności,
and because of geopolitical uncertainty and because the EU and Poland are predictable and stable,
jesteśmy jak najbardziej zainteresowani
we are definitely interested in cooperating with ASEAN, and ASEAN is torn between the rivalry of China and the US, and we believe that the European Union is a response to some challenges related to that rivalry, because we are a realistic option. What matters most for us
jest możliwość konektywności, transformacji energetycznej,
is connectivity, energy transition,
cyfryzacji
and digitization.
Może nie wszyscy zdają sobie sprawę
Perhaps
z tego,
not everyone realizes that 7% of Poland's GDP comes and is generated by the IT sector. For comparison, it's 9% in India. So we are in a very similar situation, but on a different scale, of course.
Przeszła drogę odbycia bankrutem w
Poland
1990 roku
was bankrupt in 1990, and we have come a long way because we are 20th world economy. So we have experience in economic transition, in political transition, and that's something we would like to share with ASEAN countries. We have major experience in digitization. We are one of the most digitized countries in Europe.
And I'm not going to list countries that we are years ahead. Some large economies on the old continent are far, far behind us. We also have very developed logistics. Why? Because we are investing heavily in infrastructure. We have very well-developed agribusiness. 15% of Polish exports accounts for agribusiness, and we have very well-developed industry. Not only IT, but also the defense sector is very well-developed, and we are also investing heavily in that, and we are open to cooperation in all that sectors. Thank you very much. Chris Humphrey has this advantage because he is looking from a global position on cooperation of the entire EU with ASEAN. So a question to you, Chris. Where do you see biggest opportunities for cooperation? Are there any examples of niches which have not been fully used where Poland could find its place?
Thank you, and thank you to the organisers for inviting me here today to this very important event and very impressive event so far. Let me start by answering your question by posing a bigger question, which is why ASEAN? Why ASEAN for businesses, but why ASEAN for politicians and academics as well? Simply put, ASEAN is a fascinating region, but a region which is also fast growing. It will be the fourth largest economy in the world in some point over the next 10 years, if you take the 11 economies collectively. It has the world's third largest workforce. It has a huge growing middle class, spending more money on white goods, on cars, on leisure. It has astonishing rates of urbanization and all the development that goes along with that: construction, schools, hospitals, roads, railways, airports. It has a young, largely young, very tech-savvy population. Digitalization rates in Southeast Asia are quite frankly astonishing. E-commerce growth since COVID has far outstripped anywhere else in the planet. It is a region which is hungry for more economic development. It's a region which is looking to charge ahead. It's a region which is moving ahead with its own economic integration project, not as fast as we would like, but moving ahead nonetheless. It's a region which has demand for high-tech industry. It has demand for more digitalization. It has demand for more green growth, greening of energy supplies in particular. It has a huge project on its plate, the ASEAN Power Grid, which provides an opportunity for any European business operating in the energy sector going forward. It has demand for more health, better healthcare, more pharmaceuticals, more diagnostics, more self-care. Another area which I think is ripe for growth for Polish businesses, for any European business going into the region. We have, at the moment, 2 FTAs, Singapore and Vietnam, going very well. At some point in the next 3 months, we will be signing the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with Indonesia. Before the end of this year, the FTA negotiations with the Philippines will be complete, hopefully with Thailand, and at some point next year, Malaysia. My issue is, and I discussed this with the minister upstairs earlier, whilst the region has great opportunity and great business opportunity, we are being hamstrung by a lack of political involvement from Europe to ASEAN, particularly from the European Commission. We need more political support to help European businesses thrive. When our competitors from other ASEAN dialogue nations turn up regularly at every ASEAN meeting at ministerial level, and Europe is not present, and that's something we need to correct. But the opportunity is there. And I just mentioned those sectors again. It's green growth, it's digital, it's high-tech manufacturing, it's delivery of services, and particularly energy, and I think also health is what I would add to that.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for insight. A jedną z tych dziedzin, którą Chris Humphrey wymieniał, jest kwestia współpracy w zakresie
cooperation in medical services, and this is best exemplified by Adamet in Poland. We have Katarzyna Dubno from Adamet, who is going to tell us about problems and challenges encountered by her organizations and support measures that helped Adamet make inroads into Vietnamese market. So there are also new markets you are venturing into, such as like Cambodia. Thank you very much for the invitation, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm the only representative of business on this panel, but it's not without coincidence, because we are meeting here at the building of the Polish Parliament, because Adamet Pharma's investments in Vietnam are the largest Polish investments in that country. Adamet Pharma is a Polish pharmaceutical company. It's a family business with 100% Polish-owned capital, which in its strategy, right from the start, is focusing on international expansion. Today, with our products, we are present on several dozen markets, but until 2017, our manufacturing plants were located only in Poland, two in Pabianice and in Ksawerów. And the history turned over a new leaf in 2017. We've bought 70% of shares in one of the fastest growing pharma companies, Davipharm, in Vietnam. It's a local company which has its production based in Vietnam. And ever since 2023, we have 100% of shares in the company. In November 2017, when we were signing this agreement, this happened in the presence of two presidents, the President of the Republic of Poland, who was visiting Vietnam at the time, and the President of Vietnam. So chapeau bas and acknowledgements to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Polish Agency for Foreign Investments, because they enabled us to have two presidents overseeing signature of the agreement. And it's not about having pretty photographs that we can use in our corporate presentations. Such an event, the presence of such prominent figures, adds credibility to the company on that market. And I don't have to tell you that such things are important in ASEAN countries, especially if you are in pharma or medical business, which is highly regulated. So your position on that market and the level of cooperation with the regulator is driven, determines our development options. Entering Vietnam, we knew that things are not going to happen fast. There is a long-term exercise, and it is Adamet's ambition to be a global company. And it's a matter of scale, and ASEAN gives us scale. So today, we've heard it a number of times, it's nearly 700 million people, fast-growing markets. So this is the scale we are after. We want to build a hub in Southeast Asia, which will be based in Vietnam. Today, products from our factory in Vietnam are mainly marketed in Vietnam, but also in the Philippines and in Cambodia. And we also want to market our drugs from Vietnam factory in Indonesia and Thailand. What have we managed to do since 2017? Well, we have invested in quality and creating uniform standards, because to sell our products on different markets, including the EU market, it's a possibility. The manufacturing standard must comply with EU GMP, General Manufacturing Standards, which is why we have made huge investments. We have completed 2 major audits, and we have joined an elite group of several, of more than a dozen companies in Vietnam that meet such standards. And we also manufacture high-potent oncodrugs. Throughout those 9 years, we have doubled our revenue. We have more than doubled the employment level. Of course, it's an international crowd, but mainly our employees come from Vietnam. So our factory gives employment to 460 people. This is the number of Polish members of parliament, so it's easy to remember. We are also engaged in social activities together with the Ministry of Social Affairs. We are conducting screening for non-contagious diseases such as heart diseases, lung diseases. 1 in 10 residents of Vietnam have seen our educational materials. Thousands of doctors have been trained and millions of residents have been tested. We are collaborating with a school based in Hanoi. It's a school under the name of the School of Polish-Vietnamese Friendship. And our first foreign market where we are
950 uczniów
launching our educational scheme is Vietnam. 950 students
laureatów tego programu
are covered by the program and visited our scholarships and academic camps in Poland. So I'll stop here because I gather there will be questions later.
Yes, this is one of the heartening examples of how Polish businesses can enter international markets. Before the conference, we've discussed how many companies in the, for example, food industry is trying to roll out into Southeast Asia. But what we take such great satisfaction from is that high-tech, more specialized companies are expanding into this region. Referring to what Mr. Chris Humphrey said about, let me refer to regulation. These are very important in Southeast Asia. The regulations between the EU and countries of that region. Mr. Director, over to you, Mr. Aleksander Siemaszko.
Tak mało jednak firmy z naszej części świata, z Polski w szczególności, ma to swoje jak Adamet success story w kontaktach z państwami Azji Południowo-Wschodniej.
Adamet in Southeast Asia.
Kwestie tych barier
Is it only about political,
związanych z ramami prawnymi, czy
regulatory barriers? Or is about not being well versed in the cultural context? What's your take on this? Thank you very much, Mr. Editor. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the question. You have posed a difficult question to me. It's always awkward to explain why our presence is not sufficient or big enough in certain regions. Well, the answer is pleasant. Polish companies are below their potential in terms of their presence in ASEAN because they have been focusing on the European single market, which is closest to us. Due to its proximity, it offers great perspectives of growth. Polish companies most frequently engage in international contacts on that level because the domestic market provides a decent return or investment. So Polish companies usually look at their neighbors, Germany, Czechia, which is an important export market, 80 million of population. Still, let me reiterate to endorse what the Minister and Mr. Humphrey and Madam Dubno said. Asian markets
I
are
w
extremely
dalszej
dynamic,
perspektywie czasu
promising.
polskie firmy nie tylko
In the long
powinny się
run,
tym rynkiem zainteresować
Polish
mocniej,
companies
ale
should
święcie
take
wierzy,
a
tak się
greater
stanie.
interest in that
Dlatego, że
region. And I am
dywidenda
certain that will
demograficzna,
happen because
dywidenda
the
wzrostu
demographic dividend, the
znajduje się
growth
właśnie
dividend,
między innymi w Azji
is right there in
Południowo-Wschodniej.
Southeast
I
Asia.
wraz z rozwojem Polski, wraz
As Poland
z
develops,
rozwojem polskiego sektora
as the
prywatnego,
Polish private sector
naturalnym jest,
expands,
że firmy będą
it's
patrzeć
a natural course of
na coraz
action
to
for companies to
dalsze
take,
rynki.
to
Na
look
szczęście,
at
poza Adamedem,
markets
który jest
further away from
sztandarową
Poland.
historią
So apart from Adamed,
fantastycznej
which
inwestycji,
is our flagship
zarówno w wymiarze
success
bilateralnym,
story
jak i przykładu,
of a
że
bilateral
otoczenie traktatowe
investment,
budowane przez Unię
and
Europejską i
also
Polskę
a
jako
success
jedynego
story
członka
of
sprzyja
the
inwestycjom.
EU-ASEAN
Istnieje umowa
free
o ochronie
trade
inwestycji, istnieje umowa o wolnym handlu z
agreements.
Wietnamem.
We have
Tych
an
przykładów w
FTA,
historii
we have
stosunkowo jest więcej.
an agreement
To jest
on
chociażby grupa
bilateral
Pietrucha, to jest
investments,
chociażby
but we also have
Mercator, to
other
jest
success
wiele
stories.
innych firm, które są
Pietrucha
obecnie głównie
Group,
w
Mercator,
Wietnamie,
most are
na
present in
Filipinach,
Vietnam, in the
Indonezji,
Philippines, in
Malezji,
Indonesia, and
czy w
Malaysia,
wybranych sektorach również na
or
rynku
in
singapurskim.
selected sectors
Jak
of
spojrzymy
the
na
Singaporian market.
naszą wymianę gospodarczą
When we look at
ostatnich
our
15 lat,
economic
to
exchange
widzimy
over the last
pięciokrotny
15
wzrost
years, we
obrotów.
can
I
see
oczywiście ona
that
nie jest,
trading has
mówiąc
gone
delikatnie,
up
zrównoważona, ale też
fivefold.
wynika to z odmiennej struktury
It's not
gospodarek.
really,
ASEAN
it's
jako
not really
cały jest
balanced,
obszarem
to be
bardzo
euphemistic, but it is
heterogenicznym
promising for
gospodarczo,
growth. ASEAN
społecznie,
is
politycznie.
heterogenic in terms
I
of its economy, its
polskie firmy zaistniały
political
przede wszystkim na
situation.
tych rynkach,
And
które
Polish
cechują
companies
się
have
trochę wyższym
ruled
poziomem
out
produktu krajowego i dochodu narodowego per capita. To jest przede wszystkim Singapur,
into those countries which have a
Malezja,
higher
to
DNI
oczywiście jest
and
również
GDP per
Wietnam, czy Indonezja,
capita.
czy
That's
Filipiny.
Indonesia, Singapore, the Philippines, Malaysia.
I ten nasz eksport oraz obecność
And our
inwestycyjna
export,
jest
our
zróżnicowana. To jest high-tech,
investor
to są
present
silniki
is specialized. It's
odwrotowców, to jest
high-tech,
eksport cyfrowy,
it's
to jest
jet
również branża
engines.
spożywcza. Wiele
It's also
krajów
the food
ASEAN
industry.
jest
Many
importerami
Asian
spożywczymi
countries
netto. Polska
export
jest
food
jednym z
products
największych
from
eksporterów
Poland.
żywności w Unii
Poland is one of the
Europejskiej.
largest food
I nie
exporters
ukrywam, z dużą nadzieją
in
patrzymy
the
chociażby
European
na
Union. And we
konkluzję
have
umowy o
high
wolnym
hopes
handlu UE
connected with
Filipiny,
the
ale
conclusion
również
of
innych
the
oczywiście umów, które
EU-Philippines
staramy się
FTA.
aktywnie
But we're also
kształtować. Widzimy wysoką
looking at
komplementarność
other
gospodarki polskiej
FTAs.
i większości
Poland's
krajów
economy
ASEAN.
and
Widzimy też
that of
wspólne
ASEAN
spojrzenie
countries
na szereg wyzwań
is
geoekonomicznych.
complementary.
Ta współpraca oczywiście ona jest wpisana
Of
w
course, we
ramy
have some
UE,
challenges.
ASEAN,
Our
czekamy na
cooperation
szczyt unijno-aseański,
operates within
ale ona
the
również występuje
EU-ASEAN
w trochę
agreement
szerszych,
framework.
zmiennych konfiguracjach.
However,
To jest
it
chociażby w ramach
also
CPTPP,
functions
tego
in
partnerstwa
different
i
configurations.
negocjacji UE jeśli chodzi o ułatwienia handlowe,
EU
nie barier
negotiations
celnych, ale barier
about
pozacelnych,
lifting
handlu
non-tariff
między krajami
barriers
europejskimi i krajami
in trading between
no właśnie,
European
CPTPP.
states and
I
CTPP
liczymy,
states.
że ta świadomość szans regionu, ona
We
będzie wzrastać.
hope that
Staramy się
we hope
wspierać
for
polskie
raising
firmy
awareness within
rozbudowaną
these
siecią
regions.
biur handlowych.
We
One są oczywiście w
provide a
Wietnamie,
network of trade and
Singapurze,
investment
Filipinach,
offices
Indonezji,
to
Malezji,
support
Tajlandii.
Polish business rolling out
Te
into
biura
these countries.
operują też na
We have
inne
such
rynki w
in
regionie
Vietnam and
i
Thailand and the
specjalizują się w
Philippines,
tym,
Indonesia,
oczywiście,
etc.
co jest ważne dla krajów odbiorców.
And they
Między
focus
innymi
on
na
what is
przykład
important
biuro
to
nasze w Singapurze bardzo mocno jest widoczne w sektorze
hosting
fintech.
states.
Jak
So
również
we
w
see
sektorze
that
biotech.
Singapore
To
is
są
focused on
specjalności
fintech, on
singapurskie.
biotech.
Podobnie
That's what Singapore specializes in. So that's something specific about this region, and we can tap into that
Oczywiście,
potential
patrzymy też na przykład na
when we look for
Singapur
the
jako
needs in that
hub
part of the world.
transportowy. W czasach
And
pandemii
Singapore is
COVID
also a
podpisaliśmy
transport hub.
deklarację
During the
dotyczącą ułatwień
COVID-19
eksportowych żywnościowych,
pandemic,
ponieważ
we signed
dla
an
Singapuru
agreement on
bezpieczeństwo
easing
żywnościowe
food
jest
exports
tym
because
samym,
for
co dla nas jest
Singapore, food
bezpieczeństwo
security
energetyczne,
is
ale też
tantamount
widzimy
to what
takie
energy security is to
obszary
Poland.
wspólnych wyzwań, na
But we
przykład
see
transformacji
areas of
energetycznej,
shared challenges, for
na
example,
przykład
energy transition.
technologii wydobycia i
For
wsparcia
example,
transformacji
extraction
energetycznej między Polską i
technologies
Indonezją,
and
gdzie
supporting
rola węgla
energy
w
transition
rozwoju
between
miksu
Poland and
energetycznego regionu
Indonesia.
jest
So
trochę inny niż w
diversifying the
Europie.
energy
I Polska
mix.
z
And the approach is
doświadczeniami zarządzania sieciami,
somewhat different. Poland has
górnictwa
its
również,
experience experience in managing energy networks, mining, non-coal mining as well. So Poland can provide an interesting offer which is aligned with the development policies of ASEAN states. And what I think our regions have in
szansa
common
wykorzystania pewnych
is an opportunity
ewidentnych turbulencji geoekonomicznych
to
na awans
leverage
łańcucha
certain
wartości.
geopolitical
Widzimy, że
turbulence in its value, in their value chains, nearshoring,
procesów produkcyjnych do
offshoring,
państw bezpiecznych,
shifting
o przejrzystej
some
strukturze
production
gospodarczej, o
chains
atrakcyjnych
to
warunkach
more
rozwoju,
stable countries,
stwarza nowe pole
which
współpracy, które jeszcze 5-10
provide
lat temu
ample
były
development
poza wyobrażeniami,
opportunities,
myślę,
is
i w
now
Warszawie, i w
a big
większości stolic
opportunity.
ASEAN.
And I think that
Więc
5 years ago, Poland was
też
not
mój
thinking
apel do
about this
polskich firm,
direction
żeby
at
nie
all.
wahały
So this
się
is my call
zgłaszać swoje ambicje,
going
tak
out
jak to robi
to
Adamet, ale
Polish
także i
companies. They
wyzwania i
shouldn't be
problemy. I w takim
afraid
duchu
of their
współpracy
ambitions, and they
jesteśmy
can
w
come
stanie
to us
jako
and talk about
ministerstwo,
their
jako
concerns,
Polska
their
Agencja
fears,
Inwestycji i
their
Handlu,
challenges,
jako
and
Team Poland,
as
czyli inne podmioty
the
grupy
Department
PFR,
of Trade and
wesprzeć
International
tą
Cooperation at the Ministry of Economic Development, we can provide support. I'm smiling because I have so many questions about specific support instruments. But before we move on, over to the Minister. Let me ask you about this geopolitical turbulence and turmoil that Director Siemaszko mentioned. We know that the ASEAN region is that part of the world which sees a rising tendency. We see the Malaysian chairmanship of the ASEAN I've visited Manila. I can see all of the progress. So it is very impressive. And we've talked about that during the previous panel. But it's also a region which is which is caught up in the rivalry between the US and China. So, Minister, this question goes to you. How should Poland navigate this rivalry between the US and China in this region? And I'm sure that the diplomatic corps will listen in attentively now. Thank you, Mr. Editor, for this question. So I've already sort of touched upon this. Poland is an alternative here. Deputy Prime Minister Sikorski talked about this in the morning. The international order, which is based on international law, the rule-based international order, has been questioned. Some try to use might over right. So for Poland and for ASEAN states, and we're medium-sized states. Some would say we're even smaller. For us, such rivalry based on might and weaponizing economic interdependencies is very disadvantageous. It hits our economies, which benefit from globalization, from open economies. Our success stems from the liberal trade order. In my opinion, the alternative for us is to tighten relations between the EU and ASEAN states. Why? Because we're the biggest beneficiaries of this international order, which is called into question by some global superpowers. Okay, some. I said some, but it's all superpowers. If I remember correctly, ASEAN has a population, a total population of 680. Europe is 450 million. So we're an important trading bloc. And we have a lot to offer here in the European Union. ASEAN has equally a lot to offer. So we don't compete directly with one another in many cases. We need to come up with a new architecture for our cooperation, an architecture which contributes to strengthening our ties. If we do it on our own as independent states, then we will become dominated by one superpower or the other. I think that ASEAN member states are perfectly well aware of this.
spostrzeżenia. My mamy troszkę inne.
I think everyone has their insights. Poland has its insights. ASEAN's may be slightly different, but we do share a lot of common ground. We are intent on tightening our relations. We are intent on signing the treaty in the coming months. This is very beneficial to Poland. We want to cooperate not just in the political dimension. ASEAN is a political organization, and it brings together many different types of states. ASEAN also has an economic dimension. We think there's not enough cooperation between the EU and ASEAN states. This has to be changed. I think the current geopolitical situation will force us to do so. Thank you. Chris, a question to you. In this whole situation of spiraling tariffs between countries, where we also see this US-Chinese rivalry, is there a chance for Europe here? We have more and more tariff barriers that are being introduced. Is this the time that the EU should bank on cooperating with ASEAN states? How important are agreements on lifting tariff barriers in the context of what we see in the US-Chinese rivalry?
Okay, the short answer to your question is yes. The long answer is, the Minister just touched on this. We're living in a very different world to what we were living in 2 years ago. And that different world is driven by the US no longer being a reliable partner and friend. And in the Southeast Asian context, that means the ASEAN member states are increasingly having pressure applied on them to choose between the US and China, something they've traditionally always avoided having to do. That creates an opportunity for Europe and for other dialogue partners, but particularly for Europe, to step up and provide an alternative. Because we believe in the same things. We believe in a rules-based trading order. We believe in the upholding international law. ASEAN and the EU are the world's two best examples of regional cooperation. ASEAN's trying to do much of what the EU has done, but without the central commission bit sitting on top of it. There is huge opportunity there. The US tariff changes brought in almost exactly 12 months ago, and the uncertainty they brought have caused huge disruption to businesses in Southeast Asia and in Europe and elsewhere, and they are leading to changes in supply chains as a result. They are leading to the Chinese putting more factories into Southeast Asia, for example. Having more trade agreements helps. I think Europe, as I was alluding to earlier, and as the Minister was just mentioning, Europe needs to do a lot more. Beyond pure trade agreements, we need to be doing a lot more cooperation at commissioner level, at member state minister level, in areas like energy, in areas like healthcare as well, in areas like digitalization to help European businesses. Tariffs are already part of the problem. Non-tariff barriers actually are a bigger problem. And we do a survey every year of European businesses operating in Southeast Asia. Last year, that reported that non-tariff barriers to trade in Southeast Asia were increasing. The truth is they're increasing everywhere in the world. And that's something we need to deal with. I'd be interested in how you're managing it, your medicines from Vietnam going to Indonesia, because the standards are different, deliberately different. But there is huge scope for more cooperation between Europe and ASEAN across a number of different sectors and areas, both in terms of trade and economics, but also on political security and social cultural issues as well. And I fear Europe is missing the boat. I'll be in Brussels from tonight for the rest of the week, trying to encourage the Brussels machinery to take ASEAN more seriously.
Do they listen to you? Czy słuchają ciebie?
Some of them listen to me. Not all of them listen to me. Some of them are still stuck in their own narrow, we just look after Europe
But exactly, this is important actually. What kind of understanding is missing in European elites about ASEAN? Czego brakuje w postrzeganiu ASEANu pośród europejskich elit, co nie pozwala zrozumieć ważności
What doesn't let Europe understand the importance of cooperating with ASEAN?
A lack of understanding that Europe needs friends beyond its immediate neighborhood. Europe needs to diversify its partnerships. It needs to diversify its supply chains. We're talking about economic security here on both sides, for both Southeast Asia and for Europe. Getting closer together, working smarter together, whether it's on food security, whether it's on energy, whether it's on energy supplies, no matter the topic, the two blocks need to work together better, deeper and smarter.
Thank you. Pani Katarzyno, ja mam wiele pytań dotyczących tego, jak Adamowi się udało.
I have multiple questions about Adame's success, but I'm also interested to hear what support measures, what economic tools, such as local branches of the Polish Agency for Foreign Investments, which tools have you benefited from and which ones helped you during the launch of your operations on the local market? So first, let me tell you more about this market and our core business, what explains why we have tapped into certain measures and tools. The Vietnamese market is promising on the one hand and very discerning on the other, and there is no conflict. It's a very specific local market, and this is the day-to-day reality of our operations. It's very promising because, like we've said before, it's growing very fast. According to the World Bank, it's the fastest growing economy amongst ASEAN countries. The society is becoming more affluent and more informed, also health-wise. Plus, you need to take demographics into your equation because this is an aging society. What means for us as a pharma company that there is a growing demand for drugs, for non-infectious, for chronic cardio diseases, pulmonological diseases, and this is the area of our specialty. So it's very promising. And why is it discerning? Because for us, as an investor in Vietnam, the biggest problem or the biggest challenge is unpredictability and the speed of changing legal regulations plus all administrative issues. Very often amendments and changes make quantum leaps. It's not an evolution, but a revolution in changes, what in a way forces us sometimes to redesign our operating model, to design it from the scratch, because very often the transition period is very, very short. And we have mastered into perfection one of our corporate values, agility and speed, you know, to navigate those changes. And you have to keep in mind that it's a very regulated market. Healthcare, drugs and medicine, you know, for obvious reason, this market is very regulated. So the impact of the regulator and the impact of changes is all important. Plus, we are not operating in the vacuum. It's not a market where we have no competition. We have very fierce competition. There are all pharma companies. The big pharma is present in Vietnam, and they have been there present for years. And these are global players I'm talking about. So after a decade of your presence in Vietnam, is it still a problem? Yes, because during those 9 years, we have experienced those swift regulatory changes very painfully. And what we need, and we felt that we've had support right from the start, not when we entered the market. We need economic diplomacy. we need to be able to talk to the regulator with the support of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Agency for Foreign Investments, and possibly the Ministry of Health, to have the dialogue with the local regulator, because we can see that other foreign pharma companies are standards. They do enjoy such support. And that's why we really appreciate our cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the Ministry for Foreign Investments. Well, Southeast Asia is a very unique market because more than elsewhere worldwide, it is important to have the CEO supported by the embassy, by the ministry. When, for example, high-level official visits take place, this company should be also in the flashlight, standing next to, the #1 person in the country. I don't know if you realize, but last year in Poland, we've had the Prime Minister of Vietnam. It was a visit, and he met up with LOT Polish Airlines and with representatives of Adamet. And we hope that next time when Prime Minister Tusk is visiting Vietnam, we'll have an opportunity to take part in his meeting, or possibly he'll visit our factory in Vietnam. And yes, it's very important, and I'm mentioning it for a reason. The support of the Embassy of Vietnam in Poland was invaluable, and I would like to thank them for that. And as a result, we are a reliable and credible company on the Vietnamese market. You have mentioned before that Poland has overseas branches of the Polish Agency for Trade and Foreign Investments. Regrettably, our embassies in ASEAN countries are smaller than embassies of other countries, but it's important to have people who have the know-how, who are knowledgeable about the local market. For example, in Singapore, the local branch of the agency is trying to put together Polish players and local players. There are different technology clusters based in Singapore that are open for cooperation. What else can we do to outreach Polish businesses with information that ASEAN is the place to go? Is the place to be. And usually, when I talk to Polish businesses, when I tell them you have to fly more than a dozen hours, to have business talks, it is a problem. There is a language barrier. You need an interpreter. You need to explore and discover the local market. So how can you persuade Polish organization that ASEAN is the place to be? Because on the one hand, we have the war in Ukraine, plus we've had disrupted supply chains for the past 3 weeks, and ASEAN may be perceived as the right place to look for partners. Okay, so let me give you the EU context, because Chris Humphrey mentioned FTA. The minister has mentioned trade barriers. It's important, but you can compute it in the price. From the perspective of many Polish SMEs, non-tariff barriers, so cultural, administrative barriers are more important. And luckily, new generations of FTA address those barriers directly. We are talking about unification of procedures, standards, integration of multiple international documents, the Labour Convention. It's very important from the perspective of the ease of doing business for Polish companies. And if Polish companies contemplate venturing into ASEAN, and we are encouraging them to do that. We would also like to be mentioned in FTAs made by FTA and ASEAN countries. And you should keep in mind that the Polish country is able to provide back-to-back support. We can support Polish organizations legally. We can provide local know-how. We can also provide advanced support. For example, capital expansion effort by the Polish Development Fund or the Polish Investment Bank. We also offer export insurance. And we can also offer economic diplomacy. So the Ministry of Technology, the Polish Agency for Foreign Investments, we are doing our best to act holistically, not as separate institutions, and it doesn't matter whether it's health or high technology. And I think the biggest challenge is the limited awareness of prospects in ASEAN countries in terms of investments, export, and things that can be offered by Poland. So this is homework we should do. Large organizations like Adamet know that there is potential out there. We are trying to promote our support measures amongst SMEs, but all Polish businesses, investors, exporters, importers, if they contact any agency of the Polish state, we can provide them with comprehensive support with such complex problems like export of services or work permits or visas, and even such exotic issues like export of halal food. You know, in some countries it's the key. And we are trying to take a comprehensive approach. Of course, such occasions like the visits of the prime ministers are opening the doors, are speeding up certain processes, and are increasing the awareness and boosting the image of Poland in the region. But work continues. It's bilateral and it's performed on the European Forum. I also encourage Polish businesses to report obstacles and hurdles they encounter, because we have multiple success stories, companies that have overcome different hurdles in export, for example. They don't vanish overnight. Sometimes it takes months, but if we open up the market, it's a competitive advantage. And ASEAN market is very future-looking, especially that you can have a very diversified offer. For example, you can export services, you can make investments, you can use wage arbitrage, and in some issues, Polish exports can be teamed up with catering to the needs of the emerging middle class. This is a very important motive, the rise of the middle class. This is a very important motive in the context of China. Minister, we have mentioned that the Polish brand is being reinforced in the region. In ASEAN, traditionally, French brands, German brands, and Dutch brands have a very strong footing. Of course, Chris is laughing, but they are set in a very different context. That Polish brands than our success story, which is mentioned in many embassies in this part of the world, and which is being recognized. So how can we reinforce the brand of Poland in ASEAN? How can we identify areas in where we can have an upper hand versus very powerful brands of other European countries? Of course, it was easier for some countries for a very simple reason. Well, it's not nice to be colonized, but it gives you one advantage. You are familiar, you know each other. In many Asian countries, there were British colonizers, there were French colonizers, there were the Dutch, the Portuguese, you know, a tiny bit, but they were also present. And of course, these countries were removed, you know, happily for colonized countries. For example, the political leaders of Vietnam studied in Paris, for example, and had the French and other nations after the First World War took a different approach to Vietnam. It would be a totally different country. So those countries are familiar. There is a sentiment. For example, Vietnam was devastated by the Americans, and right now the Vietnamese-American cooperation, trade cooperation, is very robust. Not that the Vietnamese forgot what the Americans have done to them, but there is some understanding. So Poland had no colonies. We had a handful of travelers, of missionaries traveling to those countries, and some of them are remembered very well. But for Poland, these are very distant countries. I think for an average Polish business, and Poland is home mainly to SMEs, and for them, Europe is much closer. 75% of Polish export is sold to EU countries, where it's easier to communicate, where it's easier to travel. Everyone speaks English. The risk is lower. We have the same trade system because we are all in the EU. Rules are simple. So for a small or a mid-sized company to travel to an ASEAN country, it's a long journey. It's a problem. They don't understand those countries. They don't know the culture. They don't know local habits, speak no language, which is why there are organizations like Adamet who decide there is an opportunity out there, but it also took them years to be where they are today. Poland is a medium-sized country. Population-wise, we are definitely a mid-sized country compared to ASEAN country, Indonesia, 200 million, so we are definitely a small country. And when ASEAN countries look at Europe, they mainly see France and Germany, large economies. Today, we have reached G20 levels, but the difference between being the 20th and the 4th or the 5th world economy is massive. And it gives you a trump card. Yes, it is a trump card. So there are two ways, I believe. Politicians and businessmen should be visiting all ASEAN countries, and they should be taking with them representatives of business. And I'm a member of the Polish Parliament, and I believe that sending MPs, my colleague parliamentarian has visited all the countries in Southeast Asia, is a great way to network with fellow parliamentarians from those countries. So these are off-the-record conversations which are nevertheless very effective. So we are in favor of such exchange. And fourthly, when we are saying, well, Poland is great, Poland is fantastic, how is it perceived with a pinch of salt? Because self-promotion is not unusual. But when ASEAN representatives come to Poland and when they see Poland with their very own eyes, they see that there are no polar bears on Polish streets. Even in eastern Poland, there are no polar bears.
And as I've said, Poland was bankrupt in 1989. This post-communist state shot up to the G20 group. And it's not thanks to the governments Poland had, but thanks to the hard work of Polish entrepreneurs. It was the people who brought about this effect. The government doesn't have any money. This money comes from the taxpayers who generate it. Well, our taxpayers, our businesses made Poland what it is now. The government didn't interfere, and that's how it helped. That's the most important thing. What I really want is not just to take our Polish entrepreneurs to ASEAN states, to show them that you can operate, to showcase examples such as Adamed, to show them it's not just trade which is controlled by the EU, but it's also investments. We do have companies which can and should invest in the region because we have a lot to offer, and the region has a lot to offer. What I would really like is to organize meetings that would bring together representatives of the ASEAN states, not just politicians, but also business people from the region, and show them that we need one another. Show them that we can offer attractive benefits to one another. Circling back to the geopolitical disaster which is unfolding before our very eyes, the EU and Poland needs ASEAN states, and I think ASEAN needs the EU. I completely agree with you, Mr. Minister. For years, I've been reiterating that at all the big economic fora in our country that we have an underrepresentation of ASEAN and Asia-related issues. And Poland, this region should have a separate forum for cooperation in our country. ASEAN is a leader of cooperation in the multilateral dimension, and it is underrepresented at the largest event. So it could serve as a leader and a promoted region. A question to Chris Humphrey. Is Europe aware? Well, we've discussed it to a certain extent, but we see two moments, two things which are very important, delivery supply chains. When they are disrupted due to political economic shocks, for example, those which come from the Middle East. And then we have rare earths. In the previous panel, we've been talking about the great potential of such countries as Indonesia and the Philippines in this respect. It's a very important initiative when we look at the attempts of the G7 to overcome the monopoly of one state in terms of rare earths on the basis of political decisions. So do you think, Mr. Humphrey, can Europe tap into this opportunity?
Southeast Asia has lots of minerals that we in Europe crave. If you ask someone from a government within Europe, what does resilient supply chains means? Often the answer you will get is, it means I get access to lithium or cobalt or nickel or copper from another country. If I ask people in Southeast Asia, what does resilient supply chains mean? It means working collaboratively together to protect our natural mineral wealth and extract more value for it locally whilst being plugged into global value chains. Those two aren't opposites. Those two actually can work together. Europe needs to work more with ASEAN, as you just said. It's a win-win, actually, for both sides. When it comes to rare earth metals, when it comes to critical raw materials, the region has enormous wealth, and Europe needs to work to get a fair share of that for its own industries, whilst adding value within ASEAN. It's not a case of just going and taking the ore out of the earth and putting it on a ship and somehow getting it back in the current climate back to Europe. We need to add value in those countries as well. And we need to show that we are true partners for this. So I was looking at lithium. Indonesia, Philippines, very big for lithium. Different quality, but very, very big for lithium. They want you to extract the ore and smelt the ore and add value locally before you then export it. And there's no reason why you shouldn't, despite what the European Commission thinks about that. They're wrong. The member states of ASEAN are right. But there is not just the raw materials, the critical rare earth metals, it's the people of ASEAN as well that Europe and European companies need to be tapping onto. And you were talking just now about the difference between a German and a French company and a Polish company. Well, the Germans and the French and the Brits have been in the region for 100 years. Robert Bosch celebrated 100 years in the Philippines earlier this year, just as one example. So you're younger. Your brands will get recognized. But the way for them to get recognized, by the way, is for the government to promote them, to shout about them and their investments, and to take business delegations with them when they go to the countries.
Ja jeszcze właśnie dodam, że absolutnie się z tobą zgadzam.
I fully agree with you, and let me add to that. Functioning in ASEAN states, in Southeast Asian states, is very much different if you know how to listen. Those countries which come in with big business behind them, with a massive brand behind them, with their big state. But if you come in and you're humble and you know how to listen, and you look at your partners and see someone equal to yourself, if you adopt that approach to business relations, then it makes more sense. Is that true, Chris?
Absolutely.
Ability of how to listen in Central.
You're absolutely right. You have to go in and be humble. You can't go in and start wagging your finger at ASEAN member states and governments and trade organizations and saying you've got to do it my way. The ambassador on the previous panel mentioned it's been a troubled relationship at times between Europe and ASEAN, partly because Europe said, you've got to do what we're telling you. And they weren't listening, and they weren't even trying to listen. Their fingers were in their ears, and they were just barking out instructions. That, fortunately, has got better. I'm looking at the ambassadors here. But that, fortunately, has got better. It could get better still. And it's equally true, not just of the Commission or of EU member state governments. It's equally true for businesses. You have to go with your ears open and listen. And take account of what your partners are looking for and take account of the viewpoints of the governments. They won't always be what you want, what you're looking for, but you'll find a way to navigate through.
Muszę też Państwu powiedzieć z mojego doświadczenia współpracy i doradzania biznesowi
Let me draw from my experience of a business advisor that I was greatly humbled by learning how the Thai, Malaysian, Vietnamese businesses operate. You need to be very well versed in the cultural context of that region. I know it's completely obvious, but please believe me, you need to learn about the cultural differences. Once you fail to do that, our businesses stumble over a lack of understanding of the local business environment. Madam Director, I promised to you, Madam Director, and to the director sitting next to you, I've promised some interaction to you. We are also being streamed live. If you had a wish list that you could present to Poland's public administration, what would it be? We have the minister and the director here who boast of the example of a high-tech and pharmaceutical company that rolled out into the difficult Southeastern Asian market. But what would you like to do still? What is there more to do? I fully endorse what the minister said, that business must be present at different levels of political visits, also at the level of parliamentary groups. The presence of business must become the new normal. It must be a new standard. Minister Domański, when he visited Saudi Arabia, took that into account. So we see it started to live a life of its own, but it should be our new golden rule. That would be the first point on my wish list. And as I've been listening here, I came up with another wish. We're present in Vietnam. The director discussed other companies which are present in Vietnam that we are or are not aware of. So we should have business communities under different government agendas. The Polish Investment and Trade Agency, for instance, which would serve as a platform for exchanging experience and know-how. I think that's what is lacking. Poland is a relatively large market. If we add the EU on top of that, it seems sufficient. However, this development, this growth is happening in ASEAN states. That's what we're experiencing. So we would love to share our experience. And when we roll out into Indonesia or Thailand, we would like to draw from the experience of other businesses. So such a business community under the aegis of the Ministry of Economic Development or the Polish Agency for Investment and Trade, because sometimes we feel that our wings are clipped. We would like more support in Davos, where the whole political and economic world meets. There's a lot of bottom-up initiatives which are organized by representatives of business. We would like to see more coordination of our business presence across the globe, and we would like to see that for government agendas. Thank you.
Wouldn't it be great to have in Poland a Davos fostering cooperation of the EU with ASEAN countries? It's an interesting proposal. Poland hosts a number of economic events which have regional impact. But perhaps thinking about our Asian partners, we should organize such events in our country as well. We do embrace what you've said, that we need cooperation. For example, last year we have put together a policy, the policy for supporting our foreign policy abroad. It's boring but essential work, and this policy will be implemented by International Team for Promotion of Poland Abroad. It's a cross-departmental team. There are people from the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because it's going to include defense, the Polish Development Fund, and we will be inviting to meetings representatives of business, employers, bilateral chambers. We are open to it, and like you've said, Minister Domański, during his visits to Sweden, to Saudi Arabia, to the UK,
where he's going soon. He is traveling with representatives of Polish businesses. We did not visit ASEAN with businesses in Tau, but it's a priority region. We have identified specific sectors of interest and we are open for cooperation. You know, it's our 5 minutes for Poland. Poland is cool, but the wide public's only starting to realize it. I'm not going to quote the cover page of The Economist magazine from last year, or the fact that we have made it to G20 this year. And G20 is where the voice of ASEAN countries is very much heard. So this is the time for Poland, and it would be a sin not to use it to our advantage. We even declared that that we are always open to business because we want to increase investments, and it's obvious that Polish businesses, when they reach a certain status locally on the Polish market, when they start exporting, they will be later interested in capital expansion, in access to different new markets, and obtaining local know-how to expand their offer, to diversify supply chains, or together, like you've said before, or together challenge bottlenecks in global economy. And because Poland is a part of the EU, we know how to listen. When we look at the EU strategy of economic security, it's one of the few strategies which states directly that in addition to defense, there is another pillar, promotion and partnership. So it's a win-win strategy. We are going to ensure a delivery path of critical minerals that will leave some profits in the country of extraction in exchange for safe access. This is one of the pillars we'll be developing in the years to come with contribution of Poland. Okay, so the floor is open to you, your questions. Our panelists will be listening to your questions. We have time for 3 or 4 questions. Please introduce yourself first and later address your question to a specific panelist. Good afternoon. Anna Czajka. I'm a neurologist active in clinical trials and healthcare. For me, it's patient safety that comes first. Without asking for any details, I wonder if today, when the world has become very dangerous, is cooperation of ADAMED with ASEAN countries implies securing access to drugs and medication in the event of conflict. Can you use the second microphone, because we will be able to hear you much better in the other part of the room. Okay, so can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. Okay, should I start anew? If you could, no problem. Anna Czajka. I'm a neurologist, a clinicist with experience in healthcare management. I've been conducting clinical trials for 18 years. In today's world, which is beautiful but dangerous, I have a question to ADAMED. Do you have an organizational model in place, and does your cooperation with ASEAN country includes development of standards of ensuring availability and access to drugs in the event of armed conflict, because for me, this is patient which comes first. We've heard today that you are producing medication for chronic diseases, and you are also dealing with primary and secondary prophylaxis. For example, invasive treatment requires specific categories of drugs. So do you have a contingency plan to ensure wide availability to life-saving drugs? The COVID pandemic and the beginning of the war in Ukraine has demonstrated how important it is to secure supplies of certain drugs. During COVID, less people were donating blood. That's why there was a shortage of immunoglobulin. Some chronic diseases were in regression, but 18 months later, it turned out that those patients who were not treated regressed significantly. So we are not only fighting for health and for life, but also for the fitness and mobility of patients. So do you have special healthcare standards? Do you have an underground lab? And do you have measures, support measures? Do you provide communication about access to clinical trials in ONCO? And a very, very specialist question. Thank you very much for that question. I don't know if we have in this very room, by the way, and in this very place, all the people that should reply to this question. But perhaps you didn't really name it, but you have touched on something that we are discussing today, drug safety. We have mentioned it in the previous panel. Drug safety is one of the things we need to focus on, and this is exactly what you've said. Do we, as a single organization, are able to provide the Polish-wide public with drug safety? No, we're just an element of a bigger whole. And we've been conducting discussions about it with multiple ministries, because it's not only the Ministry of Health, but also Ministry of Development, of Defense, of Education. It's a whole lineup, it's a whole chain. But what we are trying to do as an organization, we try to achieve geographical diversification. Of course, we have factories in Poland, but our investment in Vietnam is addressing this topic in a way, because when we think that 80% of active substances for production of drugs in Europe, in the EU, come from India and China, you can easily imagine that in the event of conflict with China, the success would be limited. And in such circumstances, this is something I've said before, that we have unified standards. We have European manufacturing standards in our factory in Vietnam. What means that drugs from Vietnam can be marketed in Europe. So we, as the organization, we are trying to do that, but it's definitely an issue. And this is something we've been advocating, that we need a drug safety coordinator affiliated with the Prime Minister's office. And we're discussing it with different ministries and the Prime Minister. We have time for another question. We have two.
Możemy prosić o mikrofon?
Can we get the gentleman the microphone?
Dzień dobry. Nazywam się Hung Tran Chong, przewodniczący Stowarzyszenia
Hello,
Przedsiębiorców
I'm the chairman of Vietnamese businessmen in Poland, and I have a question. For years, we've been waiting for direct connections between Poland and Vietnam. There are thousands of members of the Vietnamese community in Warsaw. This community has massive potential for Polish organizations who are looking to spread their wings in Asia, especially in ASEAN countries. The Vietnamese, just like Poles in the European Union, we navigate Asian markets easily, and we are familiar with the specific profile, and we are familiar with the culture of the region. There is a huge generation of second-generation Vietnamese children born in Poland who are educated in Polish schools and later educated at Polish and international universities. So we are now, we see many people interested in traveling to Asia and visiting Vietnam, and I would like to ask you to launch direct connections between Poland and Vietnam, and this is very important for the Vietnamese community. And we know that there are many companies in Vietnam who would be more than happy to buy tickets to fill in the plane. Okay, so this is probably the declaration, but we can support it as part of Polish-Vietnamese cooperation. Yes, we are in a very privileged position in terms of Vietnam because we have a great number of Vietnamese citizens who studied in Poland and speak Polish. Mr. Napieralski, the chairman of Polish-Vietnamese parliamentary group, told me once that he once attended a meeting with 480 Vietnamese residents, and all of them spoke Polish. So we are very happy to have you here. And we are definitely interested in exchange of human resources in cooperation because we've known each other for decades. And I don't think there are any cultural issues. We know Vietnamese who work in Poland, who speak Polish, so it's a perfect community. So definitely we encourage you to come to Poland, and I'll be more than happy to sign a petition to have a direct connection between Warsaw and Ho Chi Minh. Okay, so this is your wish list, yes?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in the panel on economic cooperation amid global uncertainty. Władysław Teofil Bartoszewski, Katarzyna Dubno, Chris Humphrey, and my name, Tomasz Sajewicz. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to our audience for active participation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only a technical break. Please do not leave your seats. In just a moment, we will start the next panel. A big thank you to our panelists. A thank you to the Minister. And I would like to say goodbye to Chris Humphrey, Executive Director of the EU-ASEAN Business Council, because he is off to the airport right now.
Teraz czy ja?
Właśnie mi się wydawało, że pan zdecydowała.
A chciałbyś teraz? Łukasz.
Tak już? Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies
bardzo
and
prosimy
gentlemen,
o zabieranie
please
miejsc.
take your seats.
Tak, przedstawię wam. Wiesz co, może was zaproszę po kolei. Zapraszamy już do zajęcia
Ladies and
miejsc.
gentlemen, please take your seats.
Ja, panie rektorze, każdego zaprezentuję i zaproszę, tak zrobimy i państwa wyczytam. I pani tam wszystkich, tak, pani wszystkich tam pogoni z foyer. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo proszę o zajęcie miejsc.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request that you take your seats.
Bardzo zapraszamy serdecznie.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to
Niestety
return
nie ma
to the
laski
room and
marszałkowskiej,
take
żeby
your
zarządzić
seats.
spokój.
I don't have the
Zapraszam
marshal
Państwa do
staff
zajmowania
to
miejsc.
tap it against the floor and call you to order. So please listen to me when I say, please take your seats.
Zapraszamy, proszę Państwa, bo już zaczynamy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the third panel. Please give us a chance to do so.
Raz. Zapraszam Państwa do zabierania
Ladies
miejsc.
and gentlemen, I invite you to kindly take your seats.
Proszę bardzo, zamknięcie tam z tyłu już drzwi. Proszę Państwa, zaczynamy. Ja wiem, że jest ciężko, wiem, że jest trudno. Wytrwaliście Państwo, Panie Przewodniczący, Pan również.
But please stay with us for this very
Witam
last
Państwa
panel,
bardzo
Mr. Chair.
serdecznie.
Please take
Proszę
your seat.
Państwa, już na
Ladies and
ostatnim
gentlemen,
dzisiaj panelu
welcome. This is the
było o
last panel
polityce,
of the day. We've talked about
było o
politics,
ekonomii, teraz
we've
będzie
talked
ciekawie,
about
bo
the
będzie o
economy,
nauce.
and now it's going to be really interesting because it's going to be about
Proszę o zabranie
academia.
miejsc, proszę Państwa, bo
Ladies
nam
and
jest
gentlemen,
bardzo
please take
trudno
your
tutaj
seats because it's
zacząć.
really difficult to start this panel.
Damian. Tak. Panie Przewodniczący Grzegorzu Napieralski,
Mr. Chair,
umawialiśmy
Mr.
się
Grzegorz
ostatni raz, bo to
Napieralski,
druga edycja naszej
this is the
konferencji, że
second
nauka miała
edition
być na
of our
początku.
conference. Before that, we discussed
Czyli
we should
umawiamy
kick
się, że
off with
następnym razem
academia.
zaczniemy, proszę
So I
Państwa,
would
od
like to
nauki.
make sure that we
Bardzo miło mi jest Państwa
really
powitać
start
na
the
panelu
third conference
sieci
with academia.
akademickiej jako
Let me
instrumenty współpracy,
welcome at this
czyli o
panel
roli
academic
współpracy,
networks as platforms for
naukowej,
international
akademickiej w budowaniu
collaboration,
relacji
the
międzynarodowych.
scientific
Proszę
academic
Państwa,
cooperation and
żyjemy
its
w
role
takich
in
dziwnych troszkę
building
czasach, że
international
przynajmniej ja
relations. We
codziennie się
live in
budząc
very
boję się
strange
otworzyć przeglądarkę,
times. Every
co tam
time I wake
wyskoczy,
up, I'm
czy
scared of
raporty z
going
Ukrainy, czy to,
online
co się
because
dzieje na
I don't
Bliskim
know what I
Wschodzie.
will come across, a report
A
from
nauka jest
Ukraine or the Middle
takim
East.
instrumentem, takim
While
miejscem, gdzie nie ma tej
higher
polityki, gdzie nie ma
education
tych
is
jakichś
devoid of
przebijających konfliktowych
politics,
interesów,
of
więc
these
jest to cudowna
temporary
przestrzeń do poruszania się,
conflicting
to
interests.
po
It's a
pierwsze.
wonderful
Po drugie, proszę
platform for
Państwa,
working together,
uniwersytety chyba
therefore.
skończyły ze swoją rolą jako
Universities
miejsc, gdzie się uczy, gdzie
are
się wychowuje,
no
gdzie
longer
tylko
places
kształci,
where you
ale
only
dzisiejsze
educate.
uniwersytety to prawdziwe
Nowadays,
węzły
universities
sieci,
are
gdzie są
true
prowadzone badania,
nodes
gdzie
in
są centra
academic
innowacji.
networks. They
I
are
chyba ten
innovative
model
hubs
odkrywania w jednym
of
laboratorium gdzieś w się
knowledge
zakończył.
and
Dzisiaj to sieci
expertise.
akademickie
Now we have academic
prowadzą do innowacji
networks,
i do
and they
rozwoju.
drive
I
innovation and
trzeci element
development.
tej układanki,
The
czyli
third part
państwa
of this
ASEAN.
puzzle,
Mój
that's the
ulubiony
ASEAN
cytat mistrza
states.
Likunajewa,
Let
który
me
właśnie
quote
mówił,
Master
że
Likunajew,
kto ma wpływy
who
w
said,
ASEANie,
whoever
kto
has
jest
influence
obecny
in
w
ASEAN
ASEANie,
states,
ten
whoever is
będzie
present in
miał wpływ na
ASEAN
losy świata.
will impact the
Proszę
face
Państwa,
of
jest
the
mi bardzo
world.
miło powitać
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my
moich
pleasure
gości,
to welcome my panelists.
z którymi mam przyjemność współpracować,
I
pracować.
have the pleasure of
Tak, to nie
working
jest
with
przypadek, że
them.
dzisiaj tu wszyscy
It is
spotykamy.
no coincidence
Państwo pozwólcie,
that we
że
meet
zaproszę panią dyrektor
together
Justynę
here.
Chrzanowską,
Madam
panią dyrektor
Director
Departamentu
Justyna
Kulturalnego
Chrzanowska,
MSZ. Zapraszam,
Director of Consular Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland.
Jest mi niezmiernie
It
miło
is
przywitać pana
my
profesora
great
Alojzego
pleasure
Nowaka,
to
rektora
welcome Professor
Uniwersytetu
Alojzy Nowak,
Warszawskiego. Panie rektorze,
Rector of the
zapraszamy.
University of Warsaw.
Witamy serdecznie Jego
We
Ekscelencję
warmly welcome His
Ha
Excellency Ha Huang
ambasadora
Hai,
Socjalistycznej
Ambassador
Republiki
of the
Wietnamu w
Socialist
Polsce.
Republic of Vietnam to Poland.
I proszę Państwa, dyrektora Narodowej
Let us
Agencji
welcome the
Wymiany
Director
Akademickiej,
of the
pana
National
doktora Wojciecha
Agency
Karczewskiego.
for
Zapraszam.
Academic Exchange, Mr. Wojciech Karczewski, PhD.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo mi zależy,
Ladies and gentlemen,
żebyśmy złapali ten taki sznyt akademicki,
I would
czyli mówimy
really
o wszystkim,
like us
nie ma dla nas tematu
to
tabu.
adopt an academic approach. There are no taboos. Let us speak freely. We encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, to participate in this debate. We will give our audience the space for some interaction. But before we do that, let me start with Madam Director. Madam Director, we associate diplomacy with war, with Kissinger's negotiations and his diplomacy, but we keep talking about academic diplomacy as a soft power tool, a less conflicting measure and tool. So my question is, how important is academic diplomacy to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and how does the ministry use it as a tool in Poland's foreign policy? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Many thanks for the invitation to this important conference. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this very future-forward topic. When we look at ASEAN states and its average age, we can see that it is much lower than the average age of European populations. Thank you for this kick-off question, for this conversation. Certainly, scientific diplomacy is becoming an important tool of our foreign policy. We're talking about scientific diplomacy in the European discourse. But let's not forget that it is present in multilateral fora. For example, the United Nations, UNESCO is a salient example. OECD clearly indicates that the soft power of science is well suited for creating international scientific networks and bolstering trust wherever traditional diplomacy would be weaker or where diplomatic channels are not as robust. But where does scientific diplomacy step in? Wherever scientific policy intersects with foreign policy. So for Poland, it is important to bring together three actors. That's, of course, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also need the ministries competent for education and higher education, but also innovation and technology. And then academia itself as an important actor and partner. In the research that evaluates soft science powers, the Global Soft Power Index, this index looks into academic exchange, scientific exchange, and academic infrastructure. These are the key indicators here. Poland uses such tools as academic cooperation, scholarship policies, attempts to create its image of a modern state that is capable of responding to global challenges, global turbulence, for example, in healthcare, which we discussed in length today. Also to challenges connected with climate change or security and new technologies. Internationalization was the motto of 2015, and it applied to scientific diplomacy. We pinpointed that as a strategic tool for our foreign policy, for ensuring security, for ensuring a good condition of the labor market and foreign policy itself. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs doesn't have a remit per se for scientific cooperation, but it does support any actions taken by different departments of public administration to ramp up scientific diplomacy. We can list supporting and encouraging the signing of bilateral cooperation agreements and supporting their implementation. That is one tool the MFA uses. In the case of ASEAN states, we have such agreements. We have different models, and they are diverse. We have very general agreements through Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines. We have agreements on the support of academic exchange. And we have more detailed agreements which stipulate not just the obligations but also the benefits, for example, with Laos and Vietnam. The MFA is also engaged in promoting something that the National Agency for Academic Exchange is also doing, that is promoting different programs and scholarships. Let me mention the NAWA exchange or the Stefan Banach scholarship, which is funded from development aid funds with the support of the developmental aid department of the MFA or Poland First Choice or the Ulama program. The top 20 vital program is another example here. Let me just look at the levels where scientific diplomacy is present and how it manifests itself. Scientific diplomacy contributes to bolstering interpersonal relations. This translates into institutional relations, economic exchange, and political ties. It attracts talents, PhDs, and other academics. Later on, they go on to become the natural ambassadors of Poland. And hats off to the ambassador here. He is the best example of that in the room. The ambassador who is very apt at representing his country, but has a great understanding of Poland, as he has gotten to know Poland very well in the course of his life. Scientific diplomacy helps us build a presence in international scientific organizations, in consortia, in expert organizations. As a result, we can ramp up scientific standards or the scientific agenda. Scientific diplomacy also bolsters economic diplomacy. Those who graduate from Polish universities are a potential talent pool for Polish business, which already operates abroad or would like to expand into international markets. Scientific diplomacy also contributes to bolstering public diplomacy because it builds unbreakable bonds between Polish universities and their graduates. Those alumni are rooted in their alma mater and have a great understanding of Poland. So we can say that scientific diplomacy is not an add-on to our foreign policy. It is one of our tools that we use.
Thank you very much. I have an impression that Poland has reached a stage where spontaneous one-off activities are replaced by systemic ones, and scientific diplomacy will become a regular fixture in our calendar. There will be special measures dedicated to it. I do agree with you. What we need are durable frameworks and measures, and an important element of their development. And that's why we work at the National Agency for Academic Exchange, because we want to go global with the strategy. We will be identifying touch points and terms and conditions of cooperation, because such measures are put together as a result of systemic regular work, and I'm sure that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is rooting for us and is very happy that we want to go global, and we look forward to adoption of this document by the Council of Ministers. We have Dr. Karczewski with us, who's working on this document, so you'll get an opportunity to ask him questions. But before we do that, I have a question to Alojzy Nowak, Director of the University of Wrocław. I have an impression that a lot has changed at Polish universities. It's no longer a place where you exclusively study, where some researchers in the basement are conducting experiments. You are heading one of the leading universities in Europe. What potential do you see for cooperation with ASEAN countries? Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference, and congratulations on this event to Mr. Napieralski, everyone at the National Agency for Academic Exchange, and everyone who has contributed to this conference, because in terms of science research, in terms of military potential and the role played in the world, ASEAN countries are growing in prominence. I think cooperation with this region has been underestimated for a very long time, though there have been periods 25 or 30 years back. I took part in different research projects implemented by the
Europe-Asia Foundation, getting an insight into ASEAN countries. And at the time, most people were not familiar with individual EU countries. I'm talking about people in ASEAN countries and the other way around. I remember the time when we were asking a large number of people, we were asking them, can you list 5 EU states? And most people would say Nokia. Nokia as a country. And this indicates that we did not know each other very well. Today, the world has changed. It has also changed because of AI, and it has changed because young people from all countries, young people at Warsaw University for years, they are mainly interested in studying in the Far East, including in ASEAN countries. The US and the old continent, the old EU countries are not primarily the countries to go. It's ASEAN that attracts students. Why? Because local universities and educational institutions seem to be attractive. I think here we need to focus to a greater extent on research on student exchange with ASEAN countries. Plus, I myself, I had the opportunity to have lectures and classes at more than a dozen universities from ASEAN countries, and everywhere I went, in all countries, I have made multiple friendships. I could see that local people are very fond of Europeans. That's very important. How you feel, how you operate when you look at tourists. There are lots of tourists from Poland, but not only from Poland, and they are traveling this part of the globe. Some countries have been visited by tourists for a long time. Some have been discovered just now, but this shows that the interest in ASEAN countries today is completely different than it was 20 years ago. So I just wanted to say, to comment on Polish universities, this is a very important conference for Polish universities because ASEAN is essential. Not only because of the weather, not only because of the size in terms of the size of its population, but many countries, and I'm not going to list the biggest ones, but nevertheless, these countries have striking research achievements under the belt. And this is something that we are missing, and if we fail to understand it, it's going to be very difficult for us to find our bearings. So all meetings, all conferences like this are important because we are getting to know each other better. We network, and in a way, we will have an impact on decisions taken by the government, taken by government agencies, and will be able to support such initiatives. The University of Warsaw has vested interests worldwide because our students are either traveling or they are studying in different places, and our employees also work everywhere worldwide. We exchange 5,000 academics and students annual. We would like this number to increase, but it's 5,000 for the time being. Asian countries, the spirit of enterprise is thriving, and it has huge impact on Polish young people. Also, the philosophy of the Far East, local nuances of economy, the success achieved by people from those countries. 3 weeks ago, we had a mathematics competition in
mathematical programming. We've had students from 55 countries, including Europe. And when I was looking at the faces, I could see many Asian students, and this reflects academic, scientific progress which is taking place in Asia. And probably there are things that need to be improved, but together we can act together. When I was asked about Warsaw University, I have to admit, and I wanted to tell you that today's university is not the university you saw yesterday. It's long gone. Universities of yesterday were mainly operating in line with the Humboldt model. So they taught well, they conducted research, and they had positive impact on the wide public. Today, you would need to add incredible development of the spirit of enterprise at Polish universities. And this translates into startups and spin-offs, and young Polish people and young people from ASEAN countries, they have the same dreams. They want to be successful. Some of them will succeed in their home country, and some of them will succeed on the international scene. In case of Warsaw University, we are definitely open to young people who would like to study with us. We have different courses. We have undergraduate and graduate programs, and I think we expect the same thing from ASEAN countries. But it's happening already, perhaps not at a scale as big as we would expect it to. We were getting, we were talking about visas. Minister Sikorski commented on it. Of course, we would like to have our consulates and embassies to work effectively. They are getting more effective. We know it. It's getting better than it was last year. And Warsaw University was barely affected by this issue. It was an issue that affected 120 students who wanted to study with us, and they did not get visas on time. And following an agreement reached with the Ministry of Science and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this group was even smaller after they've met criteria. But what is missing to some extent is more robust economic cooperation. When I talk to, because I'm an economist and a finance expert by education, I'm not only director, I sit on supervisory boards as well, and I advise to different businesses. And very often CEOs, not only of state-owned, but also private companies, they say that we should be acting together. So universities, including Warsaw University, should be acting together with different institutions to cooperate with foreign and ASEAN countries. And I'm very happy to have the ambassador of Vietnam sitting by my side, because he's not only the alumni of Warsaw University who defended his dissertation at the University of Warsaw, but just like all ASEAN ambassadors, he's very open to cooperation, and we are cooperating, and we are sending our students to ASEAN countries, and I think we have students from all ASEAN countries at Warsaw universities. We also want to become a research and business hub. We want to get business involved, because they need us, we need them. We have such cooperation. There
is a similar hub at Stanford University, and it's cooperating with the Silicon Valley. But contacts with ASEAN countries are equally important because they demonstrate to local young people who have their dreams, who pursue them with perseverance, and they know that if they fail, they have to start again and again, and they know that crisis is the road to success. And something else that is important, it's important for us that when we are engaged in foreign exchange of students, of academic teachers, we are demonstrating to young people that Poland may be the 20th world economy, but without efficient operations, without robust education, research and businesses, some ASEAN countries will make a quantum leap and get ahead of us. So we need to live and breathe it. And we are improving, and we are very happy to see that our colleagues from the Far East, rectors and deans, and also the government administration understands it, and they are keen to support it. Funding is always an issue, which is why funding may come from two different sources. As you know, the taxpayers' money is the best source of funding, but if businesses are not very affluent and taxpayers are poor, you need to look for businesses to support such ventures and cooperation and organizations. Luckily, because we are thinking about young Poles, you can be 60 and feel young at heart. We are bursting with energy and we are success-oriented. And I have to admit that this European universe, I'm talking about the old EU, and the US is also interested in such cooperation. Warsaw University is building the European University. I don't know if you've heard about, together with Copenhagen, Milan, Sorbonne and Heidelberg, the Charles and Geneva universities. We want to set up an answer to Cambridge or Oxford to compete with the East and the West Coast in the US and Asian universities, which are recently growing to prominence. And I've mentioned it because I've been talking to my colleagues from these universities. And this perception of the world is becoming closer to them. So I see no reason why we should not become a bridge between the old EU and Asia, or at least universities and countries I've listed. I don't know if it's the time and place to mention money. Perhaps it isn't, but we need to talk about money always. Financial hubs. If you say, yes, I'm coming to an end, that things we do are important, you have to keep in mind that there is always someone from the Ministry of Finance, and they have to find money to pay for such initiatives. Ministries usually have earmarked funding or funds. So we should be creating, if we want to cooperate, we need to have international or national funds, funds established together with ASEAN countries to finance exchange of students, shared research, or growing businesses. There are multiple examples, and I'm sure that the case of Vietnam will be one of the most successful ones. PhD dissertations are being written about it. We're doing different things together, including publishing ventures, but right now we are trying to intensify them. Thank you very much. It's very difficult for me as an employee of Warsaw University to keep the rector in check.
However, it's extremely pleasant to listen how proud our rector is of an alumni. Well, Ambassador Hai is very proud that he is a graduate of the management faculty of the University of Warsaw. We couldn't hear that exchange because the microphone was not used. I gave myself the liberty of making that joke because we're acquainted with the ambassador. For those who are well versed in this area, this may be obvious, but to those who do not know much about Polish-Vietnamese cooperation, this is usually an elimination. Is it true that Polish is extremely popular among high-level Vietnamese, as our chair Grzegorz Napieralski mentioned in his recollection of his visit to Vietnam? Is it a place where Poland doesn't have to build its brand anymore because Poland is so well recognized in Vietnam? Is that true? How is Poland received in Vietnam and in the context of our joint heritage in education and academia? Rector, thank you very much for the invitation and thank you for the question. It is true. We have about 5,000 graduates of universities, of Polish universities in Vietnam. So it's an accumulated number, 5,000 over these decades. And we have the ministers Mer Hanoi, directors of different departments, and rectors of universities. They are alumni of Polish universities. And we have many Polish-speaking residents of Vietnam in business, in the shipbuilding industry, in coal extraction. They have graduated from Polish universities. That was true about 10, 20 years ago. However, most of them have retired. Our generation has to grow up to take up these high-level positions. This issue keeps coming back. There's a lot of sentiment going back to the past. Of course, it is our joint heritage. And it is one of the most important pillars of Polish-Vietnamese cooperation. As I've mentioned, this number of alumni is diminishing. I am one of the examples. As I've told the Marshal, I'm the last Polish-speaking Vietnamese person in our MFA. We don't have Polish-speaking diplomats in Vietnam anymore. When we had the visit of our Prime Minister, I had to take up the role of interpreter during the talks. It's a problem that we need to resolve. Poland triggers positive associations in Vietnam. There's a famous poem about Poland, Poland, my sister. And even the youngest Vietnamese learn it by heart and know it very well.
zostali przetłumaczeni, znaczy ich
all of the
twórczość została
work of Polish Nobel Prize winners in literature has been translated into Vietnamese. So still this is very present. We welcome the new wave of Vietnamese students in Poland. Thanks to very dynamic cooperation, we see a high influx of Vietnamese students into Poland, and I see how they travel across Poland and visit different universities. It's not just the University of Warsaw or the Warsaw School of Economics or the mining university in Krakow, but also other universities, the Świętokrzyska Technical University, the university in Rzeszów. These universities are also opening up to Vietnamese students. I keep meeting our Vietnamese students who are enrolled in these universities, and I'm proud to see that. Earlier, due to the war in Vietnam, we have a majority of students coming from the north of Vietnam. However, now we see an uptake in the students from Central and South Vietnam coming to Poland to pursue their studies, and we are very pleased with that. Thank you very much. We have the Vice Rector of the Rzeszów University who nodded when you talked about Vietnamese students, so all is correct. Ladies and gentlemen, we keep focusing on ASEAN. At NAWA, we hosted all of the ambassadors of ASEAN countries. We were very pleased to hold an ASEAN Day to present all the instruments for cooperation that we have, because, as the rector said, it's about the money, it's about the opportunities. We have the instrument. So I have a question to the director of NAWA. A question about these instruments. What opportunities do we have? What does NAWA give to universities to implement this cooperation? Mr. Director, if you could also kindly present the strategy for the internationalization of scientific cooperation that is being finalized in your team. We have a structure, we have outlined the directions, we have the tools and instruments. Mr. Director, over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to start off with. First, let me congratulate on the initiative of Mr. Grzegorz Napieralski to organize this event. It all looks wonderful. Coming back to the question.
Ona jest już można powiedzieć, na końcowym odcinku powstawania, ale to jest przyszłość. Ona jak najbardziej uporządkuje, usystematyzuje pewne kwestie, jeżeli chodzi o współpracę międzynarodową i przede wszystkim umiejscowi to umiędzynarodowienie i współpracę międzynarodową na właściwym sobie miejscu. Natomiast już w tym momencie mamy dużo instrumentów, dużo narzędzi, z których możemy korzystać, jeżeli chodzi o współpracę międzynarodową, jeżeli chodzi o współpracę z krajami ASEAN. I chociażby zaczynając od programów, które mogą zostać wykorzystane do wzmocnienia tej współpracy. Tutaj pan rektor mówił o pieniądze, które mogą pochodzić z biznesu i z różnych źródeł. Natomiast są też środki z budżetu państwa,
allocated for that in the state budget. They can be channeled to universities in the form of grants
w ramach programów, które istnieją. I tych programów
under
trochę jest.
existing programs, and there's quite a
Są
couple
to
of those
programy
programs.
przeznaczone na rozwijanie
These
współpracy.
programs
Są przeznaczone pieniądze dla naukowców, czy to przyjeżdżających, czy to wyjeżdżających, dla studentów, czy to dla wzmocnienia współpracy instytucjonalnej. Jeżeli chodzi o programy dla naukowców, na przykład jest taki program ULAM. W ramach tego programu naukowcy, jeżeli oczywiście uczelnia Polska czy instytuty badawcze chcą takiego naukowca przyjąć, to Narodowa Agencja Wymiany Akademickiej jest w stanie zasponsorować dwuletni pobyt takiego naukowca w naszym kraju. I to niezależnie od dziedziny czy zainteresowań działaniami naukowymi, którymi dany naukowiec się zajmuje. Jest też program dla naukowców w drugą stronę, Becker. Tutaj znowu polscy naukowcy mogą wyjechać do krajów ASEAN i też Narodowa Agencja Wymiany Akademickiej jest w stanie taki pobyt zasponsorować w okresie od 3 miesięcy do 2 lat. I znowu tutaj też nie ma ograniczeń, jeżeli chodzi o dyscyplinę, czy miejsce, do którego chcą tacy naukowcy wyjechać. To są dosyć dobre pieniądze. Inny program, wspomniany wcześniej program Odwiedź. Tutaj akurat on jest przeznaczony do naukowców, którzy pracują w 200 najlepszych uczelniach świata, klasyfikowanych według 3 najważniejszych rankingów. W tym roku uruchomiliśmy pilot tego programu. I tutaj uczelnia polska czy instytut badawczy może za naszą pomocą ściągnąć takiego naukowca na okres na początku, nawet 3 lat. I tutaj NAWA sponsoruje 3-letni pobyt takiego naukowca,
three-year-long stay of such a researcher in Poland and provides competitive funding. It's not just for the researcher himself or herself, but also for the research team. We cooperate with the National Science Center or the National Research and Development Center in this respect, and those 2 other institutions provide a starting grant for such researchers so that the studies can be kicked off. Then we have PROM, P-R-O-M.
Krótkoterminowe mobilności.
It
też cieszy się dużym
funds
powodzeniem, może
short-term
być jak najbardziej
mobility. This program is quite popular,
dla współpracy
and it can
uczelni
be used
z krajami ASEAN.
expand
Dla studentów
cooperation between Poland and ASEAN
dwa
in
programy,
academia.
mogą zostać
Then NAWA has 2 programs for students. The Banach program, Madam Director mentioned the Stefan Banach
To jest
scholarship.
program przeznaczony dla
It's a
krajów
program
rozwijających się.
which is aimed at developing countries.
Studenci, którzy przyjadą do Polski, mogą
students who
liczyć
come to Poland
przez okres studiów na stypendia
may
z
receive
Narodowej
a scholarship
Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej.
throughout the time
Jest też
of their
program
studies.
dla studentów Poland
There's
First Choice. To jest akurat dla
also
krajów
a
rozwiniętych.
Poland First Choice
Też
program for
studenci z tych
developed
krajów
countries.
mogą liczyć
Students from those
na
countries
stypendia od
may
Narodowej
receive
Agencji Wymiany
a
Akademickiej.
scholarship from
Są
NAWA.
też programy, z których już teraz można korzystać.
We also have programs
dla
that
instytucji.
are
Takim programem
open
jest
for
na przykład
institutions
są
already.
partnerstwa strategiczne, dosyć
Strategic
popularny
partnerships
program.
is quite a popular program and a case in point.
Wzmacnia, później może będę mówił o przykładach teraz.
I'll give you
teraz wymienię
examples
tylko narzędzia, czy
later.
instrumenty,
Maybe
których
let
można
me
skorzystać
list
już
the instruments
teraz,
that are
są już
already
wykorzystywane.
available
Później powiem
or are being
o
used
przykładach
already
takiej
now.
współpracy.
And then I'll give you
Program
examples of
partnerstwa
such
strategiczne,
cooperation. So
tutaj,
strategic partnerships
uczelnie mogą
is
liczyć
one
na
program.
na dosyć
Universities
duże dofinansowanie,
may receive
jeżeli
quite hefty funding
przedstawią sens takiej długofalowej współpracy
they
z uczelniami
provide grounds for
krajów
long-term
ASEAN.
cooperation
Jeżeli ta
with universities from ASEAN states.
Jest to współpraca długofalowa, czy
If
to
it's a long-term
w obszarze
cooperation
badań, czy to w obszarze dydaktyki,
in
czy to
science,
we
research,
współpracy polegającej
teaching
na
methodology,
wymianie akademickiej.
academic
Generalnie
exchange.
musi ta współpraca mieć długofalowy,
Whatever it
strategiczny
is,
sens.
it needs
I
a
wtedy,
long-term
te uczelnie mogą się ubiegać o środki
strategic
z Narodowej Agencji Wymiany
purpose,
Akademickiej.
and if that,
Są
if
też,
the
tutaj
grounds
rozmawialiśmy
justify
o
that,
języku
the funds
polskim.
will be available. We
Są
also talked about the Polish
programy w
language.
NAWA, które
We have programs at NAWA
pozwalają nauczać języka
which
polskiego
help
poza
teach
granicami
the
kraju.
Polish
Jest taki
language
program jak
beyond the
Lektorzy.
Poland's borders.
Tutaj mamy lektorów
We
już w
have
tym
a
momencie
Polish
w
teachers
ponad
program.
50
We
krajach
have
świata
such
na
teachers
wszystkich
in more than
kontynentach.
50 countries
I
across
też
all
między innymi
continents
współpracujemy z,
in the
czy to
world.
z uczelniami z
We
Wietnamu,
also
czy to z
cooperate
uczelniami
with,
z
for example,
Indonezji czy Tajlandii.
Vietnamese,
I wtedy
Indonesian,
taki
and Thai universities to teach Polish.
Finansujemy w pełni pobyt
We
takiego lektora w
fund
uczelni
the
zagranicznej.
stay of
Jedyne,
such
co
a teacher
ten
at
lektor
a
robi, to
foreign
naucza języka
university
polskiego,
in
uczy o
full,
kulturze polskiej,
and all
bo
that
to jest
teacher does is teach
znakomite
Polish
narzędzie
and
popularyzacji
promote
czy
Polish culture.
nauczania języka
It's a great
polskiego.
tool to
Ale to
promote
są
the Polish
programy
language and
Narodowej
Polish
Agencji
culture.
Wymiany Akademickiej.
So
Jest ich
those are
więcej, to są
the
tylko
programs of
przykłady,
NAWA. Of
które
course, there are more
można wykorzystać
such
od zaraz.
programs.
Ale mamy też programy
These are just
europejskie,
examples. We have
na przykład
European
w ramach
programs as well.
Horyzontu Europa. Przynajmniej
Part
3
of
są
Horizon
takie.
Europe, we have
ramach
at least 3
konsorcjów,
programs.
Unia Europejska dofinansowuje
The EU
wymianę
provides funding
kadry
for
czy to
exchanges
administracyjnej, czy to kadry
between
dydaktycznej, czy to
administrative
kadry naukowej,
or methodological
czy
or scientific
wymianę
stuff.
doktorantów, czy
Also
w
an
ramach tego
exchange of
Horyzontu Europa,
PhD students.
czy badania
This happens
i
under
wymianę
Horizon
akademicką
Europe
postdoków. Także
or a postdoc
są też
academic
narzędzia
exchange.
czy instrumenty w Narodowym Centrum Nauki. Też to
There are
współpraca
such instruments
w ramach
at the National
zakresu
Research
badań podstawowych.
Center
Może
in terms of primary
uczelnie
research.
mogą aplikować o
Universities are
o
welcome
dofinansowanie na
to
współpracę
apply
z krajami czy to z Wietnamu, czy
for
to z
funding
Singapuru.
of cooperation
I to też się
with
odbywa. Nawet w ramach
Vietnam or
Erasmus+,
Singapore or other countries.
jest
Erasmus
program
Plus
Capacity
also
Building
has
Higher
a
Education. I
capacity building
też
program for
jest on
higher
wykorzystywany
education.
do takiej współpracy.
This program
To
is
jest
also
jedno, ale
used to
to są
encourage
programy,
and
w ramach
strengthen
których jest
such cooperation.
dofinansowywana ta
So
współpraca.
these programs
ale
provide
też
funding for such
regularnie,
collaboration.
już kończę,
am coming to an
regularnie
end.
odbywają się misje
We also have regular missions.
gdzie przedstawiciele polskich uczelni
Representatives of Polish
jeżdżą do
universities
krajów ASEANu.
travel
Taka
to
ostatnia taka
Asian
wizyta była
countries.
w
Just
listopadzie
recently,
do
we
Wietnamu,
had
gdzie
such a visit
przedstawiciele blisko
to
20
Vietnam in November.
polskich
Representatives of
uczelni
more than 20
spotkali się, czy to w
Polish
Sejgonie, czy to
universities
w Hanoi,
met in
z
Hanoi, in
przedstawicielami
Saigon,
blisko 40
with representatives
wietnamskich
of nearly
uczelni. Także
40 Vietnamese universities.
Widać to zainteresowanie.
We see how big the interest is.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much.
Za tę wypowiedź.
Thank you for
Państwa, bo
this
dużo organizujemy tych
intervention.
spotkań w Polsce, za granicą i na każdej
We
konferencji
organize many meetings
dochodzimy do
in
momentu, że
Poland
zaczynamy
and
mówić o
abroad,
problemach.
and at some point
Był to dla
we
nas
have to
ciężki rok
discuss
dla w
the
ogóle całego
challenges,
systemu
the
szkolnictwa
problems.
wyższego
We've
w
had a
związku z
difficult
reformą
year
wizową.
in higher
I ten wątek się bardzo
universities.
często
We've
przewija.
had a
Na szczęście
visa
może pani
scheme
dyrektor,
reform, and this
panią dyrektor
impacted
Wydziału
higher
Konsularnego
education.
Prawa
So I'm looking towards Madam Director of the Consular Department, and she takes on the burden of all of these questions. She never avoids them. Thank you for that, Madam Director. But now, moving on to the question. What is the perspective of the MFA on the most serious institutional legal barriers to international cooperation in academia? Perhaps, certainly, you, Excellencies, ambassadors, heads of diplomatic missions, often encounter these problems. I would like Madam Director to give us the perspective of the Polish MFA on these problems. What can we do about them? And please stick to a time limit of 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think that some issues have been pinpointed already, and I have divided them into 4 different areas. I would list as the first area institutional hurdles which have been highlighted. The Polish scheme is not fully consistent and strategically coordinated. I think that the strategy for internalization will create foundations. Another element I would classify as institutional obstacle is absence of durable links between universities and alumni or researchers who were implementing different research programs at these universities. Universities no longer stay in touch with grant holders, and we want to improve it. We are going to launch legislative changes to create robust foundations to gather and process alumni information. There are also other issues. These are financial barriers, and I think it's a very unique challenge in cooperation with Asia, because there is this huge distance. This cooperation is a much more costly exercise than cooperation with Europe. It's a long distance. You have time changes, different time zones, so you need much more money. And what is needed are long-lasting, multi-annual programs, not only driven by implementation of single projects. What we need are long-lasting frameworks that are stable and regular. So the third area is something that we've mentioned. These are administrative and mobility-related barriers, so I would call it tongue-in-cheek. So this is related to visa procedures, legalizations of one state, differences in education, recognizability of degrees, and when we are talking about improvement of environment to attract more foreign students to Polish universities, I think in recent years we have implemented major changes. It's been a bumpy road, but we have created a very attractive environment. Foreign candidates may apply for undergraduate or graduate courses on the same terms and conditions, and it doesn't matter whether it's a private or a public university. The procedure conforming prerequisites to take up a university course have been unified, and this is a major step forward, which we owe to the National Agency for Academic Exchange, and we have special fast-track visas for researchers, and all NAVA grant holders will be also covered by this short track, and all students who are covered by Erasmus Plus program. So this will eliminate some obstacles. The ministry believes that what we need from our perspective is stabilization of new rules. They need to get firm hold, and we see that the new rules have helped us to achieve positive results. For example, recruitment results for the last year clearly show that the visa procedure was much more availability. We rarely heard of cases that candidates were unable to submit a visa application on time. And another thing which is very important and might be of interest for ambassadors, the percentage of visa rejections has gone down by 9 times in case of Myanmar. In case of Thailand, Cambodia, Indonesia, by half, and by as much as 62% in case of Vietnam. So these are visa applications where the visa has been granted. I think it's a major change in terms of quality. What needs to be improved is legalization of stay of students and researchers in Poland, so they are not forced to go back home to their home country to get another visa. And last final thing, I know that I'm running out of time, so the fourth obstacle I would like to indicate is the systemic and geopolitical barrier. We know that science is developed today amidst very competitive changes in academic landscape, in changes in intellectual property rights. So those topics are very sensitive to geopolitical changes, and what comes to the fore is something that is relatively new, the safety of knowledge. And I think there is another issue which is classified as a systemic obstacle, which is covered by today's conference. These are insufficient ties, contacts, and recognizability of Polish brands, because not everywhere things are as rosy as they are in Vietnam. So we need to have a unique mark that distinguishes our offer. Thank you very much for efficient presentation of issues. It's a very optimistic overview. We are currently digitizing the entire process to streamline the process and visa applications. So I will give the floor to Mr. Ambassador as an alumni. So you can present on behalf of the entire ASEAN region, what are your expectations from Polish agencies, from Polish universities, from the Polish administration? What do you expect in our cooperation? What do you find important? Okay, with no taboos. Yes, no taboos. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Director, about such positive information about visa procedures. Regrettably, it's a huge pain because it's very difficult to get on the list to submit your visa application. And this is not only relevant for students, but for everyone else as well. But I gather it's a part of a wider issue which will be resolved eventually. Recognition of degrees. It is an issue. We have different educational systems. We have different schooling, which is why you need to legalize your degree. From the perspective of Vietnam, I can add that we have ratified the Hague Convention of 1961, what will significantly facilitate the process. So all documents of candidates will not have to be legalized. They will be recognized. They may be recognized by a government agency. The third issue, we have mentioned today that students or PhD students who are in Poland need to legalize their stay in that country. What is a time-consuming process? Sometimes they are graduating from undergraduate studies and they are receiving the permit of residence. So there are bottlenecks. And fourthly, recently we've heard of another issue. May sound trite, but it's very painful. Opening up a bank account is an issue. Our Vietnamese students are struggling to open a bank account, a private account. To have the scholarship transferred or to live a normal life.
z Polską
And Vietnam is negotiating with Poland. I'm looking at Mr. Director of the Ministry. We are holding negotiations with the Ministry of Education on the new agreement on education. In line with its provisions, the number of scholarships and grants will be increased to 50 students a year. Because this is the largest number of scholarships and grants granted to Vietnam by an EU country, and we are very grateful for that. And we hope that the agreement will be signed shortly. And what are expectations of ASEAN countries from Poland? What is missing, in our opinion, are programs and schemes or shared degrees. We don't have such schemes implemented with Vietnam. We could also contemplate opening a branch of a Polish university in Vietnam or another ASEAN country. So French universities and German universities have already launched their branches to outreach our students and boost the visibility of Poland on this market. We are also working on something else together with Rector Alois Nowak and the Polish Academy of Science. We are working on we are working together to open a research center into tropical diseases in Vietnam. Okay, very disciplined you are, Mr. Ambassador. Yes, the fact that we can discuss different issues is the best confirmation that only good friends can do that. And now a question to the Rector. Knowing the potential of Polish universities, knowing their capabilities and knowing the potential of ASEAN region, if you could tell us which are the potential areas for cooperation, and it must be a win-win situation. So health, climate, digitization, what is it?
Thank you. If I may just shortly refer to what Madam Director and Mr. Ambassador said. Let me just talk about diploma recognition. This is a two-way problem in university cooperation. We don't teach in Asia, and there are very few professors lecturing in Poland. And I'm not stripping the ambassadors of their representative function, but let me say that academic teachers, lecturers, professors are the best ambassadors of their countries. Those who give 6 month, 1 month, etc. courses in different countries. I have vast experience here, and they are the best ambassadors. We don't have such programs, and we should be working on teaching staff exchanges so that our professors can travel to Asian countries and teach there for some time, and then vice versa. The University of Warsaw has a very positive experience with those who decided to study in Poland and stay afterwards. We have some brilliant mathematicians from Vietnam. We have some great experts in Oriental studies, literature, but also geology, etc., from other countries. Our experience is therefore extremely positive in this department. I need not convince anyone at the University of Warsaw that we should ramp up this cooperation. But let me be frank. For some reason, people don't want to leave their country for a time longer than 2 or 3 weeks. So it's very difficult to force someone. But if we did organize such an exchange of 2 or 3 people to hold lectures or workshops in a different country, that would be very beneficial. So this is my request to you, Your Excellencies, ambassadors. Perhaps we could take up such a program with Polish universities, the University of Warsaw, among others. About visas, I have mixed feelings. I'm sorry for talking about this after the Minister of Foreign Affairs has left us. I think that diplomacy still needs to be developed in some aspects, and we don't have enough staff in our consulates and our embassies across the globe. I'm talking about Poland here. Perhaps you can recall the situation in Nigeria. I think 1.5 or 2 years back, 7 Poles there. It's about 230 million people and 1 consul representing Poland. And that consul also covered 5 neighboring countries. There was a diplomatic crisis. The ambassadors were called back due to the internal dispute in Poland. So if we're thinking about visa schemes, about fast-tracking visas, we need a whole team of people. 1 consul, 2 or 5 consuls is not enough to take care of this. As I look at the interests of Asian youth, I see they're really into things which are very easy for us to teach. It's political science, international relations, business, economy. Natural sciences, perhaps to a lesser degree. Medicine, I hope that young people will become more interested here. But biology, chemistry, mathematics, artificial intelligence are not that high on the agenda of young people. That doesn't mean nobody is interested, but it's not as many as in the most popular faculties. We have 4 major academic groups in Poland. So if we are thinking seriously about collaboration in science, we have to think about this. Our level of education is good or higher than that, but we have 4 major circles on IT and AI. That's Wrocław, Kraków, Warsaw and Łódź. Maybe I'm talking more to the ambassadors, Altman, ChatGPT, or the other major companies across the globe. Alumni of the University of Warsaw are hired there. 7 out of 10 of their employees graduated in Poland. If ASEAN universities want to cooperate and expand their intellectual capabilities, this is one of the opportunities that we could look at. Students could come here, get their MAs, their masters in science, PhDs, etc. So we have some strong centers here. We have robust technical universities and other academic centers. My perspective is mainly that of the University of Warsaw. We have a bit of a technical university. That's the Center for Modern Technologies. We're not building reactors or anything. We're focused on nanotechnology. What we're not really taking up is unmanned aerial vehicles, drones. We have AI. We have the best developed battery production after China. And batteries and drones work together. One is the driving force of the other. So maybe this is an area of cooperation, scientific cooperation and the industry that is present in ASEAN countries already. Poland has extensive experience in shipbuilding. I know several agreements have been signed with other countries. Funds have been earmarked for such cooperation. We've had a very strong tradition in something that was not in fashion, that is coal extraction. Large groups of people in the 1970s, 1980s, groups of engineers would come to Poland to pursue education at the Silesian Technical University, at the AGH Mining University in Krakow. I think that Mr. Director also mentioned the environment. Poland has some vast experience here as well. I'm not sure if environment protection will develop so strongly in the future. We have these discussions that maybe we should curb pro-environmental efforts, so we don't know how this will play out. However, no matter the developments, the environment is important. We need to keep up discussions on protecting nature. There's a lot for us to do. And I hope that is a direction that we will pursue, that is cooperating on this issue with technical universities that have a geological faculty. So not just extraction, but exploration as well. Also, archaeological studies are extremely important. Historical monument conservation is extremely important. I am coming to a close. Let me just say that I'm greatly impressed by this event, by the openness of ASEAN countries. Perhaps that is why we are gathering our academic strength and building research groups, research and methodological groups that can contribute to such development. It's not only a single university, but many more. So if someone contacts one, we can build a whole network. And I forgot about the funds that the director talked about. He's sitting to my left, not to my right. He's the man who can fund a lot of things. And now that he's here, we should talk about it definitely to support these programs. Thank you, Mr. Rector. We are coming to the end of this panel. Mr. Director, you have a cross-cutting perspective of cooperation between Poland and ASEAN. If we want to know where we should be, we need to know where we are already. So our presence across the globe. I know we're running out of time, so just briefly, please. The state of play of our cooperation so that we can plan where we should expand into. Talking about the potential that we have, the funding potential, the cooperation potential, I think we could greatly improve the situation. Just looking at the stats, now our scholarships for every person leaving from Poland to ASEAN countries, we've awarded about 1,000 scholarships, but only 3 are for students leaving to ASEAN countries, so a modest result. And about students coming to Poland from ASEAN countries, it's only 6 scientists, so it's only a tiny fraction of the scholarships. 2 from Vietnam, some from Indonesia and the Philippines.
nauczanie języka polskiego poza granicami kraju. Tutaj
Teaching
wcześniej
Polish
było wspomniane duże tradycje,
abroad,
jeżeli chodzi o
we've
język
talked
polski w
about
Wietnamie. No to w tym momencie mamy tylko
Polish
3
language
lektoraty.
traditions in Vietnam, but
I
we
tylko w
only
3
have
uczelniach jest
3
nauczany
Polish language
język polski, a
courses
tutaj
and
nie
only
ma
3
jakichś
universities
specjalnych
that have them.
środki
Well,
są.
we don't have any limitations on that
Indonezji
funding.
1
In
lektorat,
Indonesia,
w Tajlandii
1
1
class,
lektorat.
in
Jeżeli chodzi nawet o
Thailand,
zainteresowanie
1 Polish
studentów
language
studiami
course.
w Polsce z krajów ASEAN,
And
to
then
też
the
przytaczając
interest
liczby,
of ASEAN students
to jest promil. W Polsce
about
mamy
Poland
108
studies.
000
In Poland, we have
studentów z zagranicy. No to na przykład
108,000
ilu w tym
students
roku
from
było chętnych
abroad.
z krajów
How many
ASEAN?
wanted to come to Poland from
Filipiny
ASEAN countries? Philippines,
176,
Vietnam, 156, Malaysia, sorry, Thailand, 4. I didn't get all the numbers, sorry.
To jest w tym roku
However,
zainteresowanie, ilu
that is a precious
studentów
few.
Chciało studiować. Natomiast są też
among those students who wanted to come
można
from
powiedzieć,
ASEAN to study in
jeżeli
Poland.
chodzi o współpracę z
But
Wietnamem.
we
Tutaj mówię
do
o
have
współpracy instytucjonalnej.
some glowing
Na
examples
przykład
of
są takie uniwersytety
institutional
jak Uniwersytet
cooperation
Gdański czy Politechnika
between Vietnam and
Śląska,
Poland.
czy AGH,
For example, the
które
Gdańsk
naprawdę ta współpraca,
University, the Silesian
dobrze
Technical
wygląda. Tutaj na przykład
University, or
Uniwersytet
the
Gdański ma,
AGH
w tym
University
momencie,
in Krakow.
partnerstwo strategiczne z
The
dwoma
Gdańsk University has a strategic
wietnamskimi
partnership with
uczelniami.
2
Tutaj
Vietnamese
prowadzone są
universities.
badania, głównie w tym momencie w ramach tego partnerstwa nad
Studies are being conducted
dobrostanem,
mainly
nad
on
dobrostanem, tak? Tutaj w rodzinie
mainly on
bardzo
well-being
ciekawe
within a
badania.
family. Some very
Czy,
interesting
na
studies.
przykład AGH, które ma partnerstwo
Or the
strategiczne,
AGH,
w
which
ramach
has a
programu
strategic
NAWY z 4 czołowymi
partnership
technicznymi
under a
uczelniami.
NAWA program with
Tutaj
4
są
technical
szeroko
universities.
zakrojone badania prowadzone,
There are
jeżeli
some
chodzi o
extensive studies
rozwój
being performed
technologiczny.
on
Czy też
technological
AGH
development.
zbudowało takie konsorcjum w ramach
Or
jednego z programów
AGH
Erasmusa i ma to
has created a
konsorcjum z
consortium
4
under an
uczelniami z
Erasmus
Wietnamu, z 3
program with
uczelniami z
4
Indonezji i jedną
Vietnamese,
uczelnią z
3
Tajlandii.
Indonesian,
Także,
and 1 Thai university.
są perełki, jeżeli chodzi o
So there
o tą
are
współpracę,
some
ale podsumowując, w
glowing
jednym zdaniu,
examples of success.
zdecydowanie mogłoby być lepiej,
However,
a
there
potencjał i narzędzia są.
definitely is room for improvement, and we have the tools to effect that. We have Madam Rector from the Gdańsk University and also directors of different offices today. So if anyone would like to take the floor, now is your moment. Please introduce yourself and please ask a very brief question.
Mnie słychać?
I hope you can hear me. Yes.
Iwona Dębowska-Wosik,
Iwona
Uniwersytet Łódzki.
Dębowska, Łódź University.
Z pewną zachętą do naszych
I would
gości
like
z
to
krajów
encourage
ASEAN, a potem
our
z pewnym
guests from
apelem
ASEAN
do pani dyrektor Chrzanowskiej.
countries, and then I would
Zachęta
call
jest
on
taka,
Madam
jestem
Director
nauczycielką języka
Chrzanowska.
polskiego
The
jako
encouragement
obcego.
is that I am a
Zajmuję
Polish
się tym już
language
od bardzo
teacher.
dawna. Ja
I
chciałam
teach
powiedzieć,
Polish
że
as a foreign language for
lektorzy,
quite a long
nauczyciele
time
języka
now.
polskiego
I wanted to say
wiedzą,
that
jak uczyć
Polish teachers
użytkowników
know
języka
how to
wietnamskiego,
teach
filipińskiego, khmerskiego, tańskiego,
Vietnamese, Indonesian,
malajskiego. Wiemy, jak to
Malaysian,
robić. I nasz
Filipino
język może się wydawać
students.
państwu
We know
bardzo
how to
egzotyczny
do
i
it.
trudny,
Our language
ale
may seem
ten wspaniały
extremely
przykład,
exotic and
fascynujący i
strange to
fenomenalny,
you.
jaki jest pan
However,
ambasador,
Mr.
on nie musi być
Ambassador
wcale
is a
wyjątkowym
phenomenal
przykładem. Wiemy, jak to
example, and
robić.
it doesn't
Zachęcam
have to
gorąco
be
do tego, żeby
unique.
uczyli
We
się
know how to do it, we know how to
studenci
teach
języka
Polish,
polskiego.
so
A
I
w związku
encourage
z
you
tym,
to learn
zwracam się z takim
Polish.
apelem do pani dyrektor
And I
Chrzanowskiej,
call on
ponieważ
Madam Director
my mamy w
Chrzanowska.
Polsce 5 takich bardzo
We have
wyjątkowych kierunków
5
studiów,
very
na których możemy
exceptional
skupić się dla studentów
study
cudzoziemskich
programs
tylko i wyłącznie na
where we
polszczyźnie,
can
polskiej
focus
literaturze,
on the
polskiej
Polish
kulturze,
language,
na których
Polish
możemy
culture
kształcić
and
takie osoby, które
literature
będą potem mediatorami
and teach
pomiędzy
it
dwoma
to
kulturami.
foreign
Natomiast
students
ostatnie
to
zmiany
make them
przepisów sprawiły, że
mediators
znaleźliśmy
between
się w takiej
our cultures. However, there is a legal loophole which puts us in a very difficult situation. We can't teach it from scratch if you have to apply to university and have it at a high level. So on behalf of the Łódź University, the Jagiellonian, the Mikołaj Kopernik University, and another university, but I forgot because I'm stressed out. But we are now knocking on every single door, and that's why I made this request. Please take note of us, and please let us work on teaching Polish. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Director, would you like to quickly respond?
I am aware of the fact that the regulation on language certificates could be perceived as controversial. The MFA did not draft that piece of regulation. We take note of all the comments. In the case of pursuing studies at universities, you can apply for a visa for a preparatory year, and I think that year for preparations is a great opportunity. Nothing is written in stone. However, we are at the Sejm, the Polish lawmaking body. So I think that as we listen to each other and hear each other out, we can think about how we can improve that act of law. And our very last question, if anyone would like to take the floor. Director Robak, Warsaw Technical University. Mr. Director was very lively when the Warsaw Technical University came up in the intervention of the rector. A question to the ambassador: what can Polish universities do to attract more talent? By that I mean students, PhD students, and employees from ASEAN, mainly Asian countries, mainly Vietnam. Just one sentence from you, Mr. Ambassador, please. But it doesn't have to be a simple sentence. To attract our students, PhDs, and employees to come to Poland, I think that we need some very comprehensive and complex work on behalf of the ministries and the universities themselves, but also other actors. We have a language barrier, which we've discussed. It is a certain challenge for us. But it can be overcome, as I exemplify. What discourages our students to come to Poland is the geographical distance. We don't have direct flights. Once again, we really need a direct connection. I have to admit that what is also quite discouraging is the war which is being waged on Poland's doorstep. Some fear this could impact the security situation in Poland. It doesn't really attract anyone from Vietnam. On the other hand, we have a Vietnamese community in Poland, a lot of Vietnamese restaurants. So if the Vietnamese miss their countries, if they get homesick, they can go and enjoy Vietnamese cuisine. Ladies and gentlemen, we have run out of time, and at the same, of course, we greatly value and respect our time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for accepting our invitation. The invitation of the Polish Institute of Foreign Affairs, of the Sejm, of NAWA. I would like to thank our organizers and our hosts. In a moment, I will give the floor to them. Let me thank my panelists for accepting my invitation. It is an incredible group. Mr. Wojciech Karczewski, Alojzy Nowak, Professor and Rector of the University of Warsaw, His Excellency Ambassador High, and Justyna Chrzanowska, Director of the Consular Department of the Polish MFA, and my name is Łukasz Gołota, PhD.
Mam nadzieję, że się podobało i powiedzieliśmy coś więcej niż można znaleźć w internecie.
I hope that we've said more that you can find online. That was our purpose. Let's just quickly take a family photo.
Panelistom bardzo dziękuję.
I would like to thank panelists, and I would like to invite Grzegorz Napieralski, the host of today's conference, to join me on the stage, and over to you.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
powoli dobiega końca
we
dzisiejszego
are
wydarzenia.
slowly coming to an end of today's conference. I would like to share an insight with you. When we met here at the Parliament as heads of parliamentary groups with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, while we were planning this conference, the world was a different place and preparations for this conference were different. Things that have been unfolding in the past weeks and months all over the world have added different dynamics and changed the profile of this conference. I think the presence of ASEAN countries' ambassadors at this conference, it's an honor and privilege and a signal that very close cooperation is possible, that today, in those challenging times, we can be friends and we can develop our relations. When we were listening to different panelists, the word security was repeated again and again, even if the panel dedicated to science. And I think we all see that in those difficult times, the question of security will be bringing us together. Science, economy, tourism, but above all, interpersonal relations are bringing our countries together. And I think we have said a lot about it today. The more contacts we have, the more we network, the better will be for everyone, for our countries and for people, for residents of our countries and for the world's stability. ASEAN countries today are a major partner for the entire European Union and also for Poland. And we, not only members of the parliament, but the entire government, we believe that this conference is another step forward. And this has been said by Mr. Sikorski, step forward to strengthening our cooperation. And we are going to do that. And right now, I would like to appeal to ambassadors. Whilst preparing this conference, we were working on this conference above political divisions, and this shows the continuity of power and continuity to our approach to ASEAN countries. And even if there is change of power, and there has been a change of power 2 years ago, but we will be as focused on ASEAN countries as we are today, because you are our very strategic partners. And before we take lunch, before we finish this conference, let me make the most of time I have to send acknowledgements of the chair people of our parliamentary groups, because without them, this conference would never be possible. I would like to thank them, and I would like to ask you to applaud members of parliament.
On
this table behind me, you can see the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you can see Warsaw University and the National Agency for Academic Exchange, whose contribution was essential to develop a conference touching on so many topics to bring our countries together and reinforce cooperation. So to all representatives of these institutions who have joined us today, I would like to say thank you. And eventually, there are unsung heroes of this conference, and they deserve the biggest thank you from members of the parliament. And I hope you'll join me in thanking Joanna Chmielowska, who's the secretary of all groups of ASEAN countries, and her colleagues. Ladies, show yourself, because without you and without your teams, this conference would never become such success. It was awesome. So this conference is coming to an end. I would like to invite you to join us for lunch, and I hope the next event will be staged in Malaysia, in Vietnam, in the Philippines, in different ASEAN countries, and we will all travel there happily to follow up on our discussion. And right now it's lunchtime. Thank you very much.
Proszę Państwa, osoby, które idą na
Halo?
Halo, przepraszam. Nie, oni nam wyłączyli już wojnie. Wyłączyli. No.
Halo?
Halo, proszę Państwa, jedna techniczna uwaga. Wszystkie osoby, które idą na lunch, proszone są o zabranie swoich płaszczy, które zostawiliście za kotarą. Przejdziemy wewnętrznym korytarzem do budynku obok, do restauracji sejmowej i tam też będzie możliwość, żeby swoje płaszcze odstawić, a potem już wychodzimy z Sejmu. Także proszę o tym pamiętać. Dziękuję. Do zobaczenia.